when there is a number of participants and an initiative by Emirates in order to have this coalition and to define the direction of ER. And this is good. This is one of the initiative of the region that may lead on. Artificial intelligence. Why we need to be worried about artificial intelligence and the direction? Because it's a key element for the energy transition. And artificial intelligence will be in every part of the energy transition. Artificial intelligence may resolve about 5 to 10% of the total emission. This is a huge. This is important, very important. This is the Boston Consulting Group analysis, but it's well assessed even by other estimation. That means really that artificial intelligence, the direction of artificial intelligence, it's key for us in order to master the energy transition. Now, let me go to the core of my message. The direction of technology in matter of energy are still undetermined. And we have several technology nowadays at the core of the energy transition. And we need to be worried about what direction they may take. First, CO2 sequestration, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. If you look at this technology, this is one of the key technology and of a big interest in the region. This is one of the really key technology. But this technology, if you look at the spectrum of the technology, at least you will find 9 competing trajectory of this technology. That means that when we talk about storage, when we talk about capture of carbon, okay, but there is not one way to do it, first. Second, the way of the technological development, the direction will be key with your interest here in the region. So you need to know where the technology are going, and among the different options, which option is the better for yourself, for the country and for the region. And this needs to be done locally. The second, there is really abundant sources of CO2 for capture and storage of in the region. There are a lot of sites where we can really use this technology, but the direction is key. And you see here, for example, that the options are really diverse, and we need to be worried about the direction. Second, when we speak about hydrogen, ethanol, and others, the spectrum of hydrogen, ethanol, and other alternatives, there is no one way to do it. There are several technologies. Again, we need to be worried about the direction. Which direction? How we use it? Which option is the best for the region? Because if you don't define the direction of the technology, it will be defined for you. And if it will be defined for you, like what happened in the cloud computing, you may be harmed in this situation. So you need to participate at the direction, which direction the technology can take. And this is key for hydrogen. This is the potential and the cost reduction of the hydrogen in the future. This is the sites. Again, another illustration about the direction and the magnitude and the difference. Batteries. Which batteries? Which trajectory? We have spoken yesterday about lithium-ion. No, there is not one way to do the battery. There are several ways to do the batteries. At least we have 10 disruptive battery technology in 2018. That means that there are a lot of possibility to make the battery. And for example, if you look at I was in a meeting at the European Commission 2 weeks ago, and we were in a meeting about the batteries. And they are looking for in every direction where to go, because they are convinced that they need to develop a battery with their own resources, and the resources abundant in their region, or with their know-how, as Professor Osman has spoken yesterday. You can have the advantage from your know-how or from your resources. So that means that when we discuss the question of the battery, we need to participate at the direction of the technological development for the battery, and not to accept that there is 2 types, lithium-ion and the other one, and without participating. And this needs to build a real capacity in the region in order to master this direction of the technology. Same for rare earths, but this is for we have 9 main carbon removal technology. Let me finish my talk about the European Commission. And this is what needs to be done really in the GCC country. This is the critical technology for the EU economic security for the future. And they want to master the direction of the technology. And here you can see advanced semiconductor technologies, where they want to master the direction. Here, it's clearly a strategy by the European Union. Artificial intelligence technology comes first. Second, quantum technology, biotechnology, advanced connectivity, navigation, and digital technology, advanced sensing technology. Sorry, I'm not seeing for the first one because it's scattered and they have not in the screen here. But space technologies also. And we have seen yesterday that one of the projects about energy security may come from the space. Energy technologies, nuclear fusion, hydrogen, net zero technology, and smart grid and energy storage batteries. So this is where the European Union and the European Commission wants not to make only improvement in the technology. It's also to master the direction where to go with this technology. Because they are convinced if they don't master the technology, the direction, it will not take the way that where their interests are going. And if you look at the energy transition of the European country, from now to 2050, mainly it's a technological transition. And the direction of the technology is key for them. And everywhere you have something linked with the technology. In conclusion, the context of the world economy is having an important impact on GCC. Technology and innovation are accelerating, offering new opportunities and threats. The scope of technological change is becoming very large to the new actors and the new resources, but the direction of the technological change is not neutral. And we need to develop a capacity here in order, not for sure to make defensive innovation, but at least to understand and to build coalition in order to go in the right direction for the future. For that, GCC need to increase their investment in matter of technology and innovation and leading the direction of the technology for their own economies. For this aim, there is a need to build coalition. The coalition for AI built by the Emirates is a very good one, I think, and really, but at the same time, other coalitions are needed, other initiatives are needed, and among the technology that I will put the accent on them, batteries, rare earth, the storage technologies, CO2 sequestration are very important for the region. But technology and innovation are part of the solution for net zero, and they are not the entire solution. Nature-based solutions are also needed. This is in order to introduce Natalie at the end. So my main idea, and I hope that at least if the technology is not neutral, technology have a direction, and the direction we need to be I don't know how to say it, but we need really to master the direction of the technologies as a humanity for some technology and as a region for other technology. But for AI, this is sure. If we don't master the direction of the technology, I think we have a big threat in the future. Thank you very much.
Adil. I like the movie. It's a nice movie. Maybe Khalid now, it's your turn. So it's your call. It's your call.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, all. And first, I would like to thank the Economic Research Forum for involving us to be present and to share also our insights on the topic. Also, big thank to KAPSARC University and or KAPSARC Center for hosting this conference. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Adil for his very fruitful and insightful intervention and presentation about mastering the direction of the technology development. So let me first introduce the organization to which I belong. So I'm Khalid Salmi. I'm from the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, which is an intergovernmental organization based in Egypt, in Cairo, and we work to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency practices at the regional scale in the Arab region. We work in different directions, and we act as advisors to the Arab governments and also to the Energy Department of the League of Arab States. We act also as technical arm of the League of Arab States when it comes to energy matters or sustainable energy matters, and also we provide some consultancy services in different areas and scopes related to energy and sustainability. We work in the Arab world. We have 17 member states, including 2 countries from the GCC region, which are Bahrain and Kuwait. We are currently in advanced stage to also have Saudi Arabia and Oman as members. Going back to the topic of this session, in the same direction that Dr. Adil said, I will follow the same direction, and I will also confirm and reiterate that we need to, I will not say use the term master the technology direction, but we need to contribute to draw the future of the technology development and direction. From our experience in the Arab region, mainly in North Africa, Middle East, and Gulf countries, I think the economic context is different between the 3 regions. Also, the energy context is different. We have a potential, we have resources, we have natural resources, but the political context is not the same. The economic potential also is not the same. For example, countries, for example, like Mauritania, like Sudan, still have problems and concerns about energy access itself. We don't have energy coverage on the national level of the countries. While, for example, countries like Morocco, like Tunisia, like Jordan, we have lack of resources. We don't have, for example, oil, gas, and similar resources. In other countries, for example, like Yemen, Iraq, Syria, the context there is very fragile, and we have political crises which also affect the energy context in general. In Gulf countries, the situation is different. We have resources, but also the economic context is different. Currently, for example, there is different talks about achieving the net zero targets, for example, decarbonizing the energy sectors, decarbonizing the hard to abate economical sectors, like, for example, steel factories, cement industries, and so on. The solution, for example, proposed, or one of the solutions, as Dr. Adel mentioned in his presentation, is going, for example, toward the green hydrogen or the clean hydrogen. You know, there is a classification of the hydrogen currently: blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen, black hydrogen, green hydrogen, but pink also. And the difference is just about the process of producing hydrogen. For example, if the hydrogen production is based on electrolysis of water based or using green energy, so it's green. In some countries in the Arab region, they don't like this classification. They prefer, for example, to say clean hydrogen, which is based on technology or process which that is producing hydrogen with less amount of carbon. But the question is, are we mastering the technology of producing, for example, this hydrogen based on our context, based on our potential, on our resources? Or are we just importing the technology and just using what is being, I will not say obliged, but what is being available in other markets, for example, like the European market, Japanese market, American market? I think the answer is that we are in a phase of, or level of, just importing the technology and not contributing to developing the technology based on our needs, based on our potential, based on our context. What I would like to say, or my recommendation here, and based on our mandate and vision in the center, that we need actually to first to work in collaborative manner between the countries, cooperation manner between the countries. Second, I think we need to pay more attention, more efforts, and also to dedicate more means and resources for the research and development in our countries and in our region. Why? To contribute and to draw our energy future based on our resources and based on our context. My third message or recommendation is also to try to build new generation of very skilled workforces to be able to implement those plans and also to be able to contribute actively in drawing this future of technology, innovation, and development. Last but not least, we at the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, we are working closely with the governments and also with universities and research centers. We have different programs and initiatives dedicated to research and development. We are currently, for example, working with centers in Morocco, in Jordan, in other countries to promote, not promote, organize, for example, different capacity building activities and educational activities and programs, for example, for the green hydrogen or for the clean hydrogen currently being showcased in the energy sector at the regional level. So we are very keen to collaborate with other stakeholders, other institutions in the matter. We are also very keen to join our effort to the other effort for doing so. And also we are very keen to coordinate this collaboration toward having our efforts jointly implemented and also to contribute in orienting the technological evolvement toward our to be beneficial for the region, for the countries, and also to be very relevant to our context and potential. Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the ERF and KAPSARC for this wonderful conference. And I'm going to tell you about blue carbon because Adel asked me to explain that technology is not everything, and we also have nature-based solutions when we consider climate change. So I will use the key finding from the IPCC synthesis report in the 6th assessment cycle, because I'm an IPCC lead author, and so I'm going to explain what IPCC said about it. So the 6th cycle represents 3 reports, 3 special reports, and 3 main reports, and finally the synthesis report that I'm going to use. The current trends are incompatible with sustainable and equitable world. If you can see here that the trends are not good, we are already 1.1 degrees Celsius warmer compared to pre-industrial era. And if we continue like this, business as usual, we are going to 4 degrees Celsius. So this is very alarming. What's happening? We have more CO2 concentration in the air. We have sea level rise. The Arctic sea ice is melting. The glaciers are retreating. And the pace and scale of what has been done so far and current plans are not insufficient to tackle climate change. We have also adverse impact that we can see here. Water availability and food production is at risk, health and well-being as well. You can see the impact on city settlement and infrastructure. The next IPCC report, the special report on the 7th cycle, will be on the cities. We are just starting now, the scoping meeting. And finally, the effect on biodiversity and ecosystems are already happening. The pace and scale of what has been done so far. Oh, this is, I said, sorry, I'm going there. Okay. With every increment of global warming, regional changes in mean climate and extremes become more widespread and pronounced. You can see here very well what's going on. At 1.5 degrees Celsius, the world is manageable. 2 degrees Celsius, it's already at risk, and 4 degrees Celsius, the scientists said that we cannot live in that world. Scientific advances have resulted in a better understanding of what our future will look like, depending on the choices we make today. So we have to take action now. Losses and damages are part of our future, hitting the most vulnerable ecosystems and people, especially hard. But actions taken now will make a difference. You can see here that future climate change is projected to increase the severity of impact across natural and human systems and will increase regional differences. For example, for biodiversity loss, you can see at different warming levels what's happening. 1.5 degrees Celsius is already very impacting, but 3 degrees Celsius, it's much worse. I'm going to go into the ocean now, which is more my expertise. And this is a special report on the ocean and the cryosphere in a changing climate by IPCC. I was lead author in this report as well. And if we look at the ocean and the marine life, we can see that the ocean has taken up more than 90% of the excess heat in the climate system. The ocean is helping us to deal with climate change, but it is already deoxygenating. We have marine heat waves, and the ocean is becoming more acidic. This is what we call ocean acidification. And the changes in marine life are already happening. We have shifts in fish populations. This impacts the nutritional health and food security. We have pollution, and we need fish management and marine protected areas. And this is why in the COP15 of biodiversity, we decided to protect 30% of our planet by 2030. So this is one of the solutions, and this is coming from blue carbon. I'm going to explain what is blue carbon. The ocean plays a key role in global climate regulation through uptake and storage of heat and carbon dioxide. So blue carbon refers to some ecosystems like mangroves, salt marshes, or seagrass, and those ecosystems capture the carbon and they sequester in the sediments. And they are very important. But blue carbon is also what is happening in the open ocean from the surface to the deep sea. And this is very important because now we are discussing about the deep sea. Should we go and explore the deep sea, for example, to find the rare metals? And it is better to leave them in the sea. And this is what we prefer. And nature-based solutions are the solutions coming from the nature. And this is what we studied in a workshop that I organized in Monaco. You can see Prince Albert II of Monaco, who was here for the conclusion. And we studied the coastal vegetated ecosystems in the tropical and the temperate parts of the world, but also we studied the open water and the deep sea. And we know that those parts are very important to capture also the CO2 in the atmosphere. The coastal ecosystem services are very important, and I will take the example of mangroves. If you want to understand why nature-based solution is important, I can take an image. You can imagine our planet like a bath tube. And this bath tube is full. It's full of CO2. You have the tap. The tap is the flow of CO2 coming in the bath tube. Okay, we can reduce the emissions. This is what we are trying. We cannot stop them for the moment, unfortunately. So we have to drain the tube. And this can be done with two things, the technology and the nature. The Nature Conservancy said that 38% of the solution will come from the nature. The technology for the moment, we don't know. We don't manage it well. It is like a witch of the pot of a witch. We mix and we don't know what will come out. But nature is here. Nature is doing what we need. It's capturing the CO2. So why not using the nature? And nature has a value. And this is what we call ecosystem services to evaluate the nature. Ecosystem services are the services that nature is rendering to the humanity, and we can evaluate them. Costanza in 1997 started to speak about those ecosystem services. We separate them into four categories: provisioning, regulating, cultural, and supporting. If I consider now the mangroves ecosystem services, because I told you mangroves are blue carbon ecosystem. So you can see the picture here. You can see the baby mangroves, but when they grow, they are big forests, coastal forests, and they are very important, especially in Indonesia, Australia, Brazil, Mexico. And we can evaluate the different services, provisioning, regulating. If you see here, there are already some studies on this, supporting services and cultural services that are very difficult to evaluate. For provisioning, we can have timber, fish, honey collection site. We have regulating and supporting ecosystem services with erosion control, they protect the coast, sediment accretion, water filtering. They help to filter the water so the fisheries is in good health. And this is important if we consider SDGs and the food security. And also it is important for the carbon cycle and storage. For cultural services, we have ecotourism, education, and recreation. And this is to have all this on the same slide. And now we can consider natural capital. Natural capital is not only fossil fuel, it's also the nature. That the nature is helping us. And climate change is destroying this nature. So I think we have to tackle the two objectives together, biodiversity loss and climate change. So we can evaluate nature, we can do assessment, we can give it a value, and then we can influence decision makers. Because if you tell them that coral reefs are going to disappear, 90% of the corals are going to disappear by the end of the century, they will tell you, and so what? But if you tell them that you will lose ecosystem services and those corals have a value, they protect the coast, they bring more tourists with revenue, and they also bring fisheries for food security. So they will think about it and they will say, okay, maybe we can invest in protecting nature. So this is my work, to give a value to nature. And you can see here one evaluation done on the mangroves. And IPBS is like IPCC for climate change. IPBS is for biodiversity. And I'm the focal point of my center for IPBS. So I will show you with their slide how we can make this valuation. They have different methodologies. We can use market-based instrumental values of nature. And if we don't include all kind of evaluation, we will lose something. This is why it is important to include even indigenous knowledge. And now I'm working to include local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and Western knowledge together to value the nature. And the view from where we are looking at the nature will give a different value because we have different indicators. Nature can be 1/3 of the solution for climate change. We have to work on this because we are living from nature, with nature, in nature, and as nature. We are part of it. Without urgent, effective, and equitable action to reduce emissions and adapt, climate change increasingly threatens ecosystems, biodiversity, and the livelihoods and well-being of current and future generations. It's not only our grandchildren. We are threatened already. The pace and depth and breadth of emissions reductions can be increased if climate action is embedded in the wider development context. I worked in one chapter called Climate Resilient Development Pathways, how we include climate change in SDGs, in fact. And there are multiple feasible, effective, low-cost options available now. They are in the report, so please, you can look, to reduce CO2 emissions and adapt to climate change. There are tried and tested policy measures that can achieve deep emission reductions and climate resilience if they are scaled up and applied widely. Scaling up climate finance, and this will be next COP, is crucial to climate resilient development, especially in developing countries where the finance gap and opportunities are the largest. I'm also working with the private sector, industries, and the financial sector because we have all to work together. The civil society, you, me, everyone. We are on the same boat. Prioritizing fairness, climate justice, Inclusivity and sharing our diverse knowledges and values lead to more sustainable outcomes and support transformative change. All those are in the reports. You can have a look. We have the SPM for each report, the summary for policymakers, and this is what we are taking as lead authors to the different conferences here, but also at the COP and international conferences that we are attending to explain that we can do something together. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. This is very interesting, very scary, and you came up with so many solutions, especially to do with nature. Now I'll open the floor for questions, please. Yeah, there, it's coming. They're bringing. Oh, please. Can you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Sure, I'm Klaus Schmidt-Hebel. Thanks and congratulations for your excellent 3 presentations. I enjoyed all of them. On Natalie's presentation, I have one question, Natalie. This is of a scientific nature, of which I am ignorant. There's a reason I asked for that. You say that 38% of the solution, blue carbon or generally nature-based solution, could be from nature-based solutions to address both biodiversity damage and climate change consequences. My question is, if that assessment is conditional to the 1.1 to 1.5 increase in temperature, and as an implication of my question is, if we would face a worse scenario, let's say +3, or in the extreme +5% toward the end of the century, if there are non-monotonicities between these 38% and the increase in temperature. So the higher, what's the intuition behind that? But the higher the temperature rises, the less nature will survive, and the less possible it will be to use nature as a nature-based solution to the problem. That's my question.
Please.
Thank you. I'm Bedri from Sultan Qaboos University. I would like to ask a question to all of the presenters. Actually, it's like I just would like to think about a different way. So let's say we are having this conference 20,000 years ago, and there are ice mountains in Manhattan, New York. And I'm presenting here, I am showing you a video that ice in Manhattan is melting. And also the Black Sea is a freshwater lake. So I'm telling you that sea level is rising, so Black Sea, the salt level at the Black Sea will be increasing, so the type of life will be changing there. So I just would like to have your take on that, because the reason I'm asking this is we have a large part of Russia, Greenland, and Canada is covered with ice, but the temperature will be rising, so maybe the structure will be changing. Thank you. Thanks.
Dr. Ibrahim. There is a mic. Ibrahim, yeah, Sir Ibrahim, see mic.
I would like also to follow suit and really appreciate the presenter and the commentators for this very, insightful and intriguing, presentations. And I would like to start by thanking Dr. Khalid Salmi and Dr. Natalia Helmi for proposing that, we work together. And I think our like-minded institutions here at KAPSARC and your own institutions, New York University, and of course the Economic Research Forum, I think it would be very interesting to consider Adil's idea that actually the GCC Sovereign Wealth Fund could actually target technologies that would actually add value or, extend the, decarbonization coherent or consistent technologies that will allow the GCC economies to continue to, make use of the non-combustible technology that could reduce the risk of stranded assets or at least minimize it. So I think, and this is one of the main tenets of Dr. Majid Al-Munif's, kind of comprehensive framework paper about diversification within the hydrocarbon that could be consistent with, the decarbonization agenda. I think this would be an important issue for research. The other, I think, issue for the wider region is what Natalia's argued for in terms of using nature. We do have countries like my home country, Sudan, which has huge agricultural potential, as well as, of course, others like Morocco. And I remember Adil at the annual meetings in Marrakesh, you actually made a presentation and suggested that Morocco is using artificial intelligence to predict future droughts and to design agricultural policy accordingly. So I think this would be another dimension that I think we should think about. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank so much the panelists and the moderator for the very informative presentation. It's very interesting. So many points have been raised about the technology and the nature. But we all agree about the situation is gloomy. It's very critical. And too many points have been raised in the presentation yesterday about where we start. Is it from the consumer side? Is it from supply side? Corporation should be taking the lead. Is it the private sector? Is it the state? So it's not clear what would be our starting point so far, where we should start to tackle this issue and tackle the problem. I would like to thank Adil so much for bringing the technological advances issue to our discussion, because I believe that this should have the priority in tackling this climate change issue and the energy transition. Because, for example, 10 years ago, nobody will be hearing about renewable energy, and because actually the cost of implementing those solar technology and the price was completely high, and it's not affordable by consumer. So actually there is no demand driven at that time. And over this many years, there has been many technological advances that actually allow us to reduce the cost, and we have seen some positive improvement in that side. So I think that it's more about the technology and whether this technology will allow us to be producing more renewable energy that is more efficient and cost reduction. So it will be affordable for the consumer, and this is where the demand side will comes in. So I think that if our starting point will be, because now the energy market is inefficient, we see a lot of imperfections. So it's actually driven by the state and by the government, and this is actually very logical. Because it's require a very huge capital investments at the starting point, and we don't have that many small and medium enterprises that will be willing to engage in this very high risk. So at this stage, it's actually a state-driven, unless in the future, in a few years coming, right, we will have the proper technology which allow us actually to encourage the private sector, and they are playing more role in this regard. The second, just 1 minute, the second point is about localization. Localization is extremely important because actually what we are doing now, we are just importing the technology from the Western country. And the nature, our nature and the weather here in the MENA and Arab region is completely different from what we have or from the Western economies. So localization is completely important, and I believe that we should push more in that direction. So I would like to hear from the panel about these 2 points, and I would like to thank you so much again about your informative presentation.
I'm Abdullah, Director of Research at Darasat in Bahrain. I have a simple question. From what I can tell from your talks and from all the other talks about climate change, it's not possible to stop the ill effects at the moment, without a significant decrease in living standards. And even if we experience a significant decrease in living standards, the benefits in terms of environmental sustainability will not materialize for many years. So it's not like if we all cut our living standards by 30% next year, the temperatures would start coming down and take 20, maybe 30 years for anything to happen. Have you seen any evidence, can you give me an example of any case study, any group of people that are willing to experience a significant decrease in their living standards in exchange for a benefit that we've never even seen in their lifetimes? For me, this doesn't seem plausible. I don't want to sound like overly pessimistic. The only way I can see out of this is some sort of technology that allows us to overcome the environmental problems without needing a decrease in living standards. I don't see it as plausible that people were willing to entertain the significant decrease in living standards, given that they won't sense the benefits. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the panelists on the excellent presentation. I think the panelists have given a good mix of presentations. Yesterday, we focused a lot on the energy transition and economic diversification. I thank Natalie for the presentation on the impacts of the climate change. I think we need to take that very seriously. Because climate change is here, and especially for this region, the impacts are really severe compared to other parts of the world. I don't have a question, but I do have kind of a recommendation. Actually, even if we implement the needed solutions for the climate change and for the energy transition, we really need to think about the impacts of the climate change in our today's policy, the policy that we want to implement today and also in the future. We need also to think beyond the solution, how these solutions are also going to be affected by the climate change, like the rise in the temperature, the sea level rise. This is also applies with the economic diversification ambitions. Like we want to diversify the economy away from the oil. So we want to expand in the tourism sector, in the manufacturing. We need really to think about how these new sectors are going to be affected by climate change. So one line recommendation is that we really need to factor in the impacts of the climate change in our today's decision making and policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mifkin, New York University. And I would like to really thank everybody on the panel for a lot of insights. Dr. Khalid, I learned a lot about the MENA region and the political challenges. Dr. Hilmi, I mean, I'm an economist, so I have no understanding of reading and learning more. My question, of course, is for the title, because that's the part that I moderately understand. So I'm curious, what are the implications, what's the role of government in fostering the research project, right? So when we think about this idea of direction of technological change, I grew up learning about basic research, applied research. I think that's very often the way policymakers think about research. Which roles would the government play? And what are the implications for us as researchers in this process? A big surprise that when I arrived in the GCC about 11 years ago was the very limited possibility to get third-party funding. I found it very difficult to find funding from agencies that are not my university. And do you think is that a way how if there was a GCC-wide National Research Foundation or something like that, like the European way of doing the European research grants, that could help the region to direct the change in the direction where they would like to go, which would then also be a way to support and to carry this very important suggestion of Dr. Ibrahim, right? That we all unite forces and we apply for a big grant and hopefully generate something good for society. Thank you.
Further. This will be the last question.
All right, Hamid Tijani, Durham Institute for Graduate Studies. The idea of the technology direction is quite critical, and once we are talking about these environmental concerns and global warming, people that in the flood area, they're afraid of the sea level rise. People that are living in the urban centers, they really afraid of the temperature. You go deeper to Africa, you see that people are accommodating themselves with the temperature because they might have a means to do that stuff, but they are suffering from a drought. And this drought are causing a lot of conflicts. And then the conflict is also causing more destruction on the environment. So in terms of the technology, also in terms of the peace, peace economics, that is probably one of the key components that are important, just as the technological innovation to save the world and to save the ecosystem. Thank you.
Okay. Before I give you the floor, Adil, and Natalie, if I can make one comment, the idea that Dr. Ibrahim mentioned, that to have another session where we can discuss all the initiatives of helping to mapping the direction of this new technology. I just want to mention from my personal humble experience, 15 years ago, KPC, Kuwait Petroleum Corporation, allocated $350 million to invest in a new technology related to renewable and to oil research, just to identify, discover what's going to come in the future, and so to get ready and to participate in the direction of these new technologies. Regarding the funding, Kuwait Foundation for Advancement of Science they have a collaboration with MIT, with Harvard, with London School of Economics, and with Sciences Po in Paris, where they allocate funding for research that will help Kuwait and help the region also in environment, in water resources, in other fields. So maybe a very practical paper on all these initiatives. I'm sure in Saudi Arabia there are so many, in UAE and Qatar, just to have a first look at what are the initiatives that might help in that are trying to help in mapping the direction, or not only the direction, maybe fishing in different technologies that might have a role in the energy sector. So I think it's a good idea, but to bring policymakers to this discussion, I think it's good to bring them some practical evidence, if I may say. So now I give the floor to Adil first, and then maybe to discuss it. It's up to you. If you like, you can. Adil.
Like really to thank you for all the comments and suggestion, and really for the two also complimentary presentation. And I think that the idea of having this practical paper in order to map. This is what we are doing now at the European Commission. I'm part of the task force now, project, and we are looking at all the projects in matter of the technologies and from TRL 1 to TRL 4 that are in boxes in the university, but we have not, in order to see perhaps in these papers and things that there in the university, in the European University, something that may help the European Commission and the European Union in order to solve the problem of the energy transition with these technologies. And really, they are mapping everything. And in order to have also with their critical raw materials, not to be linked to the raw materials elsewhere. So that means that really we need to be worried about this. And I'm sure, pretty sure, that we have a lot of things here in the region. What is produced at the Saudi University is very important, I think, and really of high value. I'm seeing also papers, things, etc. We need to look not only in the region, entire region, the ecosystem of startups that is now in Emirates is very impressive. There are a lot of things there. We need to look at it. We need to look what they are doing, and I will moderate the session at the COP during the next COP with startups, and really the clean tech there, and really there are a lot of things happening, and we need to look at them. Of course, I agree 100%. We need really big initiatives. QNRF in Qatar are doing very good job in order to direct the research, but it needs to be at the level of the region with more important funding and making collaboration between the scientists of the region. This is key in order to resolve I think that this is, yes, I would like to also highlight what Nathalie has said, the natural based solution, etc. We have a very good speaker and scientist in France, and Dr. Ibrahim, perhaps we need to bring him one time. He's called Idriss Aberkan. Really, when Idriss Aberkan make a conference anywhere, it's full of, and he explains how the technology is imitating nature. And he explained perfectly, this is originally from Morocco, but really he's impressive. And I think that the green initiative of Saudi is very important. It's very important in order to solve the problem. And the green initiative, but we need to put a component which is technology, technological component, not planting the trees and but the carbon sequestration by trees is good. It's very impressive. We think that this is a good way. With the mangrove, it's better because capture a lot of. So I think that there are a lot of ideas for the future research with KAPSARC in collaboration, in link with other institutions, with Monaco Center, with the RICRI, and the RICRI is doing very good. And I'm happy that this session has interested you. Thank you.
I will start replying to your questions, Cruz. In fact, biodiversity loss and climate change are two faces of the same medal. So if we want to protect this medal, we have to work on both sides. We say that we have three main environmental threats. They are climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And I'm working also on pollution because, you know, pollution is also impacting our health. As an economist, we can evaluate the impact on the health. About the sea level rise, we know that even if we completely stop the CO2 emissions now, the sea will continue to rise. Why? Because there are three causes to sea level rise. One is the ice melting in the north, in the south of the planet. The glaciers are melting. This is the second cause. And the third one is expansion of the sea because of the warming. And this is why we have this sea level rise. We know that we have already 50% of the population, the world population living on the coast, in the coastal cities mainly. And the IPCC reports are clear. We will be 75% by the end of the century. So this is very critical. And because of sea level rise, it's going inside the sea, inside the land, sorry. So this is why, for example, in Bangladesh, they are already affecting the crops in the land. As I'm representing the nature here today, we spoke a lot about hydrogen as a solution. I want to say that IPCC report also emphasizes the biofuel. And this is not only coming from the land, because we have to keep the crops to feed ourselves and the growing population, but it can also come from the sea, from the algae, from the kelp, and this is easy to cultivate. Concerning the mangroves, I have a very good project with Professor Carlos Duarte from Coast University in Saudi Arabia. We are working on the mangroves, and he's a scientist, so he knows how much carbon is captured by the mangrove, and we are doing the evaluation of these mangroves. And you know, we can go to the carbon market and the voluntary carbon market to sell the carbon credits. And okay, we can criticize the carbon market because it is not perfect, but we are doing our best to make it better. And now we have what is new is what we call the nature market. And we include not only the service of carbon sequestration, but also all the ecosystem services. And we create a new asset, we call it the biodiversity credit. It is very new, and we will see where we will go with it, but we hope we can improve the protection of our planet with this. Thank you.
I would like to start from where Natalie finished her intervention. So going back to the hydrogen topic, I think, and also in relation with the carbon, the blue carbon concept and the carbon in general. Currently, we are also talking about, beside the green hydrogen or the hydrogen, we are talking about the renewables, power to X products, power to other derivatives products, where we will need to combine hydrogen to carbon for producing, for example, methanol and other hydrogen derivatives. I think this is also one of the fields that need more attention in terms of research and development, in terms also of technology development also. Currently, for example, we have some other countries who are developing their national strategies for green hydrogen or clean hydrogen. Emirates, Oman, Egypt, Morocco. For the Moroccan case, for example, Morocco is planning to export a very significant part of the hydrogen that will be produced in Morocco to Europe. While, for example, the Europeans or the European market oblige, for example, the exporters, if they will export power to exporters, for example, methanol, the hydrogen should be green. And the carbon also should be clean or coming, for example, from sequestration origin or capture origin, not using the normal or the fossil carbon, because this will not be accepted. They need to certify the origin of the electricity and the origin also of the carbon. So I think this is one of also of the topics that should also be considered from our side. Going back to the questions of our audience, as far as I remember, so we had a question about, for example, the inefficiency. I think, yes, for example, in the Gulf region, we have resources, but the problem is about the losses, about the efficiency of the energy generation, energy transmission, energy distribution, and also consumption. A lot of inefficiencies are being identified in the region in different sectors. So we believe also that this is one of the sectors that we need to tackle, and also try to use the technology and the new trends in the technology side to find solutions for those problems. Of course, we need also to adapt this technology and try to make it adapted to our context, to our resources, to our economical indicators, and also adapted to our problems and issues. Going back also to the intervention of Dr. Ibrahim about the collaboration. Yes, of course, I think this is one of the key success factors of achieving this technology adaptation and orientation. This is our mandate at the center. We work in the cooperation, the collaboration side between different countries. And this was, as I said, one of the key success factors. For example, we sometimes when we have a very successful experience in one of the countries, we try to replicate it in another country. We organize, for example, sometimes knowledge exchange missions between governments delegation between two countries who have similar energy and economic context to benefit from each other. For example, in the region, we have successful experiences of Morocco in renewables. Tunisia is one of the pioneers in energy efficiency. They are the most advanced country in energy efficiency. So yes, I think I will reiterate my first message that we need to work in collaborative approach at the regional level, and also we need a collaborative model and approach from governments, from academia, from private sector. We need to gather all stakeholders and also involve la société civile, civil society. Yes, to also hear the voice of the final consumers who are the real stakeholders, if we can say, and the real ones who faces or who are in subject to the climate change
It's the French-speaking.
Yes, we speak French also. This is why sometimes we lost it. Sometimes, yeah.
Khalid, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think
Yeah, sorry for the time,
we can
yes.
continue in the coffee break in this discussion.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
I think you all agree with me. It was an excellent session. Great papers, great comments. Thank you so much, all of you, for this excellent presentation, and thank you for attending and question. And we'll give applause. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to KAPSARC for hosting our conference in this iconic, beautiful building. I also would like to extend my thanks to ERF for organizing this conference. The theme of this conference is GCC Economics in an era of energy transition. No doubt, this theme is very timely and extremely important. The ongoing energy transition around the world and our GCC countries, in particular, to meet the net zero targets, present us with many challenges and lots of opportunities. To tackle these challenges and benefit from these opportunities, we need to deepen our understanding of our economies, the sustainability factors that shape them, and what can we recommend as economists scientifically to policymakers to smoothly move in the era of energy transition. This is what we have been doing yesterday and we continue to do today. I'm honored to be part of this conference and chair this important special session on Kuwait. Kuwait faces many economic challenges. Needless to say, its dependence on oil and large public sector present the most pressing challenges. In this session, we have 4 refereed papers that will help us deepen our understandings of the Kuwait economy from 3 distinguished economists. From my alma mater, the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. It is my honor to introduce to you Dr. Sulaiman Al-Qudsi. Dr. Sulaiman is my big brother, not in terms of George Orwell, but in terms of our cultures. He's my teacher and a mentor. I worked with him in many research studies while I was at KAPSARC. Abu Bakr, as I call him, is a principal research scientist, extensively published, and won several prestigious prizes, among which is the Kuwait Prize in 2003 for economics. And then we have Dr. Ahmed Sharif Al-Awadi, a young economist, a shining star, who has published widely. Third, we have with us an engineer turned economist like me, Dr. Hussam Arman. He has interest in the area of innovation system and SME. We have an hour and a half for this session. We have 4 papers. I will give 1 hour to present the 4 papers and the rest of the time for discussion. I'll start with Dr. Hussam, then Dr. Sulaiman Al-Qudsi, present 2 papers. 4th will be Dr. Ahmed Sharif. The screen is yours, Dr. Hussam.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulmajid. I'm going to share my screen, and if there's any problem, please let me know. I'm sharing now the full screen. I believe it's fine. We did test this before. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank ERF for organizing this excellent conference and giving us the opportunity to be part of it and present this as part of this session, special session on Kuwait. Before I start, I'd like to let you know that this paper is the first in this session of a series of papers that were derived from a recent research project that was led by Dr. Sulaiman Qudsi. So I would like to thank him personally for giving us the opportunity and the team to work on these papers and present them today. And also I would like to thank the team who are part of this paper, Sheikh Al-Fulej, Marwan Musallam, Wayan Bahbahani, and Mail Asfour. In my presentation, as you can see in the title, I'll be talking about basically the relationship between employment and economic growth in Kuwait, looking at the long-term and the short-term relationship. The outline is the standard outline for research papers. Basically, after the introduction and the background, we look at the aim and objectives of the paper and the methodology that we used, and then the key analysis and results, and we'll wrap up with the conclusion. Developing countries find that rapid economic growth is necessary for productivity and employment, and this has been the case in different countries. However, there's always this challenge of the distributional outcome of these development. Now, when we look at the world and look at this relationship, there is differences between countries, between regions. So it's important to consider the context and also the time frame. Like, for example, here we're looking at Germany, how the co-movement of employment and GDP has loosened with time. It's not the same as in the previous periods. Also, the difference is not at country level, but also when we look at sectors, we see differences in this relationship. So, for example, manufacturing and services is a better in terms of impact on employment, which is part of industrialization. Now, if we compare to the agriculture, the picture is different. That's the sector level. Also, like we said, when we talk about countries, also middle income and high income and low income are also different. That's why it's important to look at to consider the context and the specificity of each country. In a recent study, even for GCC countries, as you can see, this study found that elasticity range between 0.4 and 0.6 and they have an increasing pattern over time. So even within the GCC countries, which is relatively similar as resource-rich economies, also varies. That's why, again, it's important to consider the specificity of each country. The key objectives of this study, the first was to estimate the sensitivity of employers' demand to changes in key variables, mainly GDP, but also we looked at other variables, as we will see in the next few slides. Also, we wanted to look at the potential effect of the government's spending and investment in youthful Kuwaitis, and we have addressed this specific skills for Kuwaitis and how it impacts employment as part of the model. The third objective is to determine the potential effect of investing in Kuwaiti skills and how does it affect the growth of foreign workers in the labor market. So these are the different relationships that we have considered as part of this study. And the methodology, we used basically three different approaches to address the research objectives that we have identified. The first part, which is the major part of the paper, as you have seen in the full paper, is basically deploying the ARDL model to look at the long-term, short-term relationship between employment and GDP, along with testing other variables as well. So basically here we used mainly secondary data, of course, as part of the analysis. The other part, which was an empirical part, where we used the qualitative and quantitative analysis. The qualitative was basically, we did a focus group session that I will talk about in a bit. And also we utilized data as part of a survey that we did as part of this project, this same project that I mentioned in the very beginning of my presentation, which basically was the source of the data and material that we have put together in the 4 research papers that we're presenting today. The ARD model, basically, as I said, to test the long-term and short-term relationship between total employment and GDP, among other variables in the time series. This is basically the model that we used. As you can see in the equation, the dependent variable is the total employment, but also, as you've seen in the paper, we did the same for Kuwaitis and also non-Kuwaitis. So we basically ran the same model the first time for total employment, and then for Kuwaitis, and then for non-Kuwaitis. And the specific variables, just quickly, in addition to the total employment, which is the dependent variable, we looked at the GDP, as I said, the skills, the skill level of Kuwaitis, and we used the proxy of education level. And also we looked at the fiscal balance, and finally the government spending. The data that we used from 1970, first quarter of 1970 till 2021, the fourth quarter. I mean, this is the latest data that we managed to use, basically. That's publicly available. And we used this ARDL command in Stata that is based on the paper that was published in 2018. Now the second the empirical part, which I mentioned, is the focus group and the CEO survey. The focus group, basically we invited CIOs, chief innovation officers and innovation specialists for large companies in Kuwait, and it was very in-depth discussion that we managed to get their opinions about the future of digitization, the future of technology and businesses, and the necessary skills and employment. The other empirical part was the quantitative part, which is what we call the CEO surveys. We surveyed 1,000 companies, which was basically representing all the main sectors, and also the size, small firms, medium, and also large firms, according to the stratifications that we have looked at. The main objective was basically to solicit opinions on corporate productivity rates, impact of COVID on productivity and employment for both Kuwaitis and non-Kuwaitis, and also looking at the outlook of the business and how they see and foresee the use of new technologies in the futures, such as AI, and what are the expected demand for these type of technologies. Now, looking at the ARD model, which is basically the main, the core of our presentation, we did the standard requirements to make sure that the model is verifiable and valid. As you know, ARDL has the advantage that you don't have to have all the variables to be integrated at the same level. So, and that was the case in our model. So that's basically what we did. I'll try to move a bit faster to go to the results. This is the first model, which I mentioned, the total employment. We have also the same model like we tested for Kuwaitis and Kuwaitis. I will mention the results in the next few slides, but here just to show you, to give you a brief of the results of the model. As you can see, when we look at the long-term relationship, there's a significant relationship between the GDP and total employment, and also the same with the skill level for Kuwaitis and the fiscal balance. However, with the government spending was not the case. In terms of short term, it was significant, the relationship, the lag, basically variable of employment on the employment. And the same was for the GDP and the skills. Also for the government spending. So to summarize the key results, for the overall employment, it takes short-term disequilibrium shocks nearly 10 quarters to restore to long-term steady state. The skill composition of the Kuwaiti workforce exert more influence in shaping up employment and its long-run relationship with output. However, in the short run, the skill composition of the workforce applies strong impact on short-term employment. GDP positively influences employment dynamics in the short run, and so does the government expenditures. For regarding the Kuwaitis, also the shock also takes about 10.5 quarters to restore to long-term steady states, which I didn't report here. Fiscal deficit induces contraction to employment, which is the opposite effect when the fiscal budget is healthy and in surplus. In the case of foreign workers, when there's a problem with when there's a deficit, for example, usually the foreign workers are the ones who basically take this shock, understandably. A strong positive impact of the skill composition of the workforce and the lagged government expenditure, also one of the key findings. Now, one of the issues that we looked at as part of the empirical work and in line with Kuwait's vision is that the expected from the Kuwait labor market is to basically be able to move into the digital transformation, which means that there is a need to upgrade, if you like, the human capital to be able to basically ride the wave and achieve the expected objectives. Our colleagues did a quick analysis as part of this project, so although it was not reported in the paper, but I wanted to put it here, which basically look at the human capital per capita. I would like to thank Dr. Siddiq Saleh and Dr. Jilan for this work. As you can see, Kuwait has been regressing since 1995, and in comparison to the GCC countries, and also we added Norway, you can see in 2018 is at the bottom of the list. Now, another part that I would like to share with you also, which is relevant here, is that the key output of the focus group. There was an agreement and consensus on the fact that digital transformation is so important, and it's what is going to be the next step for Kuwait as part of the diversification ambition. However, human capital kept coming as the top issues that need to be addressed to be able to fulfill the needs and the demand coming from the public sector and the private sector. So talking about upskillings and talents and like investing in education was very important issues that they were discussed, and this is from the business perspective, of course. This is just part of the outputs that I would like to share with you regarding to relevant to the paper. This is from the CEO survey. As you can see, manufacturing and construction, we have looked at low skill gap, moderate skill gap, and high skill gap. As you can see, in terms of the high skill gap for manufacturing and construction is the highest. So this is something that is important also to look at the sectors basically. Another output that I would like to share with you also, this is one of the issues that we looked at in the survey, different issues, but I would like to only highlight the one that I put in red, which is the employment, which is relevant to our paper. Is basically, as you can see, we asked about employment growth during Corona and post Corona. And as you can see, here we have the same questions, the same piece of information, if you like, but we looked at, we're separating them here in this chart. We're distinguishing between technology-based firms and non-technology-based firm. And as you can see, in the technology-based firms, the employment growth was negative during Corona, and then it bounced back after Corona. With the non-Kuwaitis have a bit higher than the Kuwaitis. Now, when we look at the non-technology-based firm, we can see that Kuwaitis did not affect them much, while the non-Kuwaitis was very similar to the case of the technology-based companies. To conclude, what are the key? I would like to share with you only 4 specific points that we have concluded from our study. Kuwait urgently needs to transform its physical asset into innovative human asset, which is sustainable and has a much higher return on investment than any other path for economic growth. The second point, Kuwait can utilize the advancement of ICT in education to accelerate the revamping of the education. Here we're linking it to the human capital, which we have emphasized, and we found out that it's an important aspect to look at. Industrialization, digitizations alone does not work. You need to have the right skills, and we think that now with the new development of ICT and the availability of knowledge, the open source degrees, and the accessibility to high level education is more available now. Hence, it can help to speed up the process of upskilling and reskilling the talents, as long as the education system is improved at the national level. The third recommendation, if you like, is Kuwait can advance its capability to produce a combination of complex energy and digital products and services. So when we talk about diversification, we're looking at advancing the existing related capabilities, if you like, energy related products, for example, and downstream products, etc., but going into high value added, if you like, but at the same time also getting into diversified products that is not necessarily related directly to the core business of Kuwait, if we can say that. The final point is linked to the points that we mentioned regarding the human capital. Is it does not happen in vacuum. It needs to be part of the reskilling and upskilling. Need to be part of programs that are directed and sponsored by the government and are aligned to the digital transformation scenario to make sure that we can achieve the objectives of improving productivity and also addressing the demographic challenge. And here we're talking about the value of automation in high value added areas. With this, I conclude my presentation, and I thank you very much for your time and for listening. Thank you. Shukran. عملت ميوت بدي أسكر السماعة كمان. عملت ميوت سكر السماعة.
Dr. Ahmed,
سكرت كل شيء.
Dr. Ayman, can you make sure all muted, please, Dr. Hossein, Dr. Ahmed, so we get a clear sound for Dr. Sulaiman? Dr. Sulaiman, do you want to check the sound, please? We're ready for you. You need to unmute and share.
What is the presentation? Okay, thank you so very much. And I would like to mention, like my colleague, Dr. Hassam, that we are very thankful to KAPSARC and for ERF for organizing this wonderful conference on the GCC. And we had KAPSARC, TED participated in the first conference, and this would be our second participation in these series of conferences that ERF is wonderfully and diligently putting out and sharing with the learned societies. Today, I have two presentations that I'll go over in succession. And as Dr. Hussein mentioned, these presentations and papers come from a larger project that was sponsored by KFAS, and KAPSARC worked diligently to with the external data sources in order to help generate and secure data, for example, from the CSB. But also KAPSARC ran its own survey of 1,000 companies, because when this project started, Corona had already started, and we were busy doing a project on the impact of Corona on the Kuwaiti economy. So we had to postpone this project as a result. And when we caught up with it, we found out that there was a data gap, and we had to fill it by going to the field, which turns out to be very useful. And we have become sort of professionals at it, TED that is. And by the way, while we were doing this project, concurrently, the administrative board of the Abdullah Salim University entrusted us with doing a project on the gaps, the skill gaps in the Kuwaiti labor market. So there is a lot of rich data that went into the project and into the analysis. Now, with that background, I'd like to thank the chair of our session, who is a long-time colleague, and I learned from him quite a bit. And I really appreciate what Mr. Abdul Majid al-Shatti, he has done a lot of work in a lot of places and has had his impact and felt and heard and imprinted. And I'd also like to mention that the project that we are doing here had conclusions that are similar to an earlier project that was done by KAPSARC in 1987 about a long-term strategy for Kuwait. That was dubbed the CMT TED project, TED 15, and the conclusions are more or less similar. But the CMT project was much larger. Now then, going to the outline of this presentation, Okay. Basically what we looked at is the relationship between the oil sector and the non-oil sector, and the long-term relationship, that is, using a model that is heavily used in social sciences, and in particular in economics, and that is the ARDL model and the dynamic ARDL model. Dr. Hussam has spoken about them, and I'm not going to dwell on the mechanics or but I'll go to the findings of the model. The salient findings of the model, our objectives were basically to look at the long-term relationships, and secondly, after 50 years of developmental history, we noticed, and perhaps there is a lot of research that indicate that Kuwait sort of did not, after the 1980s dynamics, sort of the rate of growth has been reduced, and we looked for reasons and alternatives to this dynamics. So therefore, the second objective talks about the transition from energy to more sustainable and dynamic standards of living. All right, as an objective. Now, in our simulations, we shocked variables that entered into the model, and there are 3 variables in the oil sector model and 3 variables in the non-oil sector model, i.e. Oil prices, oil costs, and oil exports. And in the non-oil or the rest of the economy, if you will, we had the role of government or fiscal deficit. We had the trade, or sorry, of the open trade openness, and the foreign exchange, the KD versus the real foreign exchange, real effective exchange rate of the Kuwaiti dinar versus trading partners, Kuwait's basic versus trading partners. So we shocked these variables to simulate or to elicit the impact of the shock on the rest of the economy. Okay, and looking at the first chart or plot, this shows the impact of an increase in oil prices that occurred in 2007 in Q2 on the non-oil GDP. And the impact happened almost spontaneous and sort of settled or was stable after about 8 quarters, 8 or 9 quarters. So rising oil prices is extremely important, and tends to have a long-term impact. Of course, the reverse also is true. When oil prices drop, then that slackens the rest of the economy. Now, the second variable that we shocked was the non-oil, the impact of non-oil non-oil GDP of an increase in oil exports. Again, if oil exports increase in millions of barrels per day over a sustained period of time, then that tends to have an increase in to induce an increase in oil on non-oil GDP. But it doesn't stay long enough. Remember, in the first graph, it remained stable over time, whereas this, it shot up and then went down. All right. So oil exports do not have a positive impact on the rest of the economy, but not as much as oil prices. This is important for policy making. Now, the third shock was the impact. What happens if production costs increase, i.e. the cost of producing oil increase. And the production increasing oil is not only getting it from the ground, from the fields, but also the handling and insurance, and that, of course, leads to an increase if there are geopolitical events occurring in the neighboring or distant parts of the world, or particularly those that Kuwait has a relationship with in terms of oil export and oil exports. So the effect of that, of the increase in the cost, is basically a reduction in the oil, non-oil GDP, as shown in the figure. Yes. Now we also looked at the dynamic impact of an increase in the fiscal deficit on the rest of the economy. If the government runs a fiscal deficit, a sustained increase in the budget deficit over years, the impact, as shown, is to a reduction in the activity in the rest of the economy, partly because of the increase in the debt service, and also the rating of Kuwait's sovereign debt decreases by rating agencies. Finally, unexpectedly, if the Kuwaiti dinar were to increase, this is the last simulation, that the impact of that is, as we know, is an increase in the cost of importing Kuwaiti non-oil products and services, and as a result, we have a decline in the economic activity in the non-oil sector of the economy. Trade openness. Over the past 50 years, Kuwait imported much more in terms of growth than it exported to the rest of the world. And as a result, trade openness, which is imports plus exports divided by GDP, most of that is due to imports. And imports are leakages. So when this increases, that leads to a reduction in the non-oil GDP. So these are the simulations that were conducted, and this is my brief presentation of. So this is a repeated story. This has been discovered and hashed and rehashed in many papers and policy forums and what have you. So what do we do in order to change things or to help policymakers develop or think of alternatives? So we thought that transiting from oil dependence to a more sustainable energy future requires the transition to a digital economy. And this is the role of artificial intelligence and all sorts of digital technologies that are every day amazing us with applications and demonstrations and what have you. So we have to have the capabilities in Kuwait in order to catch up with the rest of the world, and in order to motivate and enhance the economic progress. So it's a totally different note that rests on science and technology, and that rests on developing capabilities, the skills of the Kuwaiti workforce, and also improving the capabilities of the firms, the production on the production side. The private sector of the Kuwait economy has been depending on foreign labor, and more so on least educated of the possible stock from outside, and for obvious reasons. But that has an impact on in terms of productivity, which incidentally our project did measure productivity at the ISAC level, and that turned out that productivity has been declining over time. So as a result, we feel that there has got to be a change, and that change will probably come from digitalization. By the way, many recently, some, well, I shouldn't say men, but some people or researchers looked at what's happening from the socio-economic political perspective, and they coined the term rentier democracy, which is something that is due to Dr. Osama Sayer. And the rentier democracy leads to stop-go in terms of projects. Even yesterday, I was reading about how implemented projects drag behind planned. The human capital is, as I mentioned, and as Dr. Hussam had mentioned, is an important bottleneck, and the economic growth we had compared the economic growth in Kuwait versus the growth of education in Kuwait against other countries, the other countries from paper, but we did the same for Kuwait. And the cumulative growth in average years of schooling in Kuwait during 1993 to 2021 was negative 20%, and the cumulative growth in real GDP per capita in Kuwait during the same time period was negative 66%. So education was going down because of the importation of foreign workers that were more and more less educated, and also growth as a result per capita was going down. Whereas in other countries, in the United States, the average years of schooling increased by 50%, and that contributed, maybe not the only factor, to an increase in GDP of 177%. Similar or almost similar patterns occurred in France, England, and others. So I leave it at this, and if you have questions, I will be more than delighted to respond to during the Q&A part. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abdul Majid. The second presentation is about economic policy and stunted development of Kuwait's private sector. And the basic hypothesis there is, if we look at the private sector of Kuwait, we find that it has been growing over the past 20, 30, 40 years, but its growth has been really very minute and stunted. There is growth and decline and growth, and it's dependent on oil and on what the government does in terms of projects and what have you. So we thought, well, there are other factors that have been mentioned in the press and the media and research about management, about bureaucracy, and what have you. But we wanted to look at a different angle, and that is the efficiency with which the private sector produces its goods and services. So with the help of the guru of data analysis at KAPSARC, Ms. Sheikh Al-Flej, we identified 23 commodity groups at Isaac level 2, and we applied to these data sets the greens through random stochastic frontier model in order to assess the impact, to assess, number one, what is the extent of technical efficiency in the production of goods and services in Kuwait's private sector? And secondly, does this technical efficiency vary over time? Thirdly, does it vary according to firm heterogeneity, that is small versus medium and large firms? In front of you is the Isaac level 2 commodity groups that we identified from X1 to X23. Let's go to the next. Okay, and this is basically the diagrammatic presentation of the technical efficiency model. The data, as I mentioned, that we applied comes from CSB establishment surveys on an annual basis, which cover between 5,500 to 6,000 plus firms with replacement on an annual basis, as well as our own, that is KAPSARC's company panel survey data. When we conducted our data analysis, we asked the pollster, and we worked very closely with them in order to ensure that the 1,000 firms we get records on them from 2019, 2020, and 2021. So it was a really very rich and ambitious field work that was conducted. And KAPSARC has had experience in doing such field works. Now, applying the greens through random efficiency model, we found out that by and large, the level of technical efficiency varies on average between 70 to 75%, but there are laggards that could, in some cases, could be 58 to 60%. And occasionally there are companies that have a little bit higher, but on average, there is a leakage of about 25% in technical efficiency in the Kuwaiti economy and in the production of goods and services. All right. So without, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go over all of them, but suffice to say, this is the table 4 shows the regression analysis of the frontier model as well as the technical efficiency model. Turns out that the most important, that labor and capital, of course, are important, but firms in the Kuwaiti context do take advantage of technical progress. That is, they tend to enhance it, or to enhance their production processes with the improved technology, but not very high. Okay, on average, there is an increase in that. We also found out that, as we saw in the tables, that technical efficiency did improve over time, but on average by 2 to 3 percentage points. Okay, there was also differences in terms of efficiency between small, medium, and large firms, with large firms producing at more efficient levels than, on average, than the micro or small firms in particular. Okay, let's move on. We don't need to see it. Okay. Yeah, as I mentioned, this table summarizes the findings. So the firm's heterogeneity seems significant in the case of some ISAC groups, with larger firms achieving, as I said, achieving higher technical efficiency than small and medium. And let's move on. As I mentioned early on, this is a summary of the findings as well. Table 11, we looked at 9 commodity groups focused on them more closely and analyzed them econometrically. And we try to understand what lies behind this technical efficiency. Of course, there are other forces like bureaucracy, like management, but we found out that the major force or reason is the lack of skills. Remember, we were running 2 surveys. One is the Abdullah Salim University survey, which was looking at the congruence between skills supplied and skills demanded by employers. And we found that there was a skill gap of 35 to 45%, as Dr. Hussam mentioned earlier on. And also from our survey of KAPSARC 2022, the same thing was observed. There was a major skill gap, and with the advent of digitalization, that skills gap is going to increase and enhance over time. Where do we go from here? I'll tell you in the next session, last session. Now I'd like to leave the floor for my colleague, the magnificent Dr. Ahmed.
We can start now. Sorry for this technical delay. I would like to thank Mr. Abdul Majid for his kind introduction, and Dr. Suleiman also for his kind introduction, and Dr. Hussam and Dr. Suleiman for their presentations. We're a bit pressed with time, so I'll just start immediately. The title of the presentation is Kuwait Long-Run Energy-Based Economic Growth and Needed Policy Reversals for Successful Transition to Sustainable Growth. It's co-authored with Dr. Siddiq Saleh and Abdullah Al-Jaber. So basically, Kuwait has relied on the production of oil since the 1950s. This allowed Kuwait to enjoy economic development, high levels of fiscal surpluses, and high portfolio of foreign assets. Yet this did not indicate or produce a productivity surge in the Kuwaiti economy. The Kuwaiti economy still suffers from structural imbalances. One of the main ones are the exposure to global markets and the dominance of the oil sector. Volatile oil prices make sustainable growth and economic planning hard. Accumulated wealth has been used repeatedly to counter impact of declining oil prices. So this policy is becoming a bit expensive and may not be sustainable in the future. Despite of decades of spending, the economy is still stuck in the oil trap. We have very little diversity. The majority of the government revenues come from oil, and the majority of the exports of Kuwait are oil. So according to the UN, mineral commodity dependence is associated with low levels of labor productivity, low level of growth, high volatility of productivity, and a high frequency of negative shocks. Based on the previous information, we expect that exports, which are mainly oil, would be the main driver of growth in the Kuwaiti economy. Also, the literature for Kuwait confirms this. The research papers that are listed all find positive relationships between exports and growth for Kuwait. So the goal of this paper is to estimate the short-term and long-term relationship of GDP with its demand-side components covering the period 1970 to 2020, and we would be using an auto-regressive distributed lag model that Dr. Hussam has explained for us in the previous presentation. So a quick snapshot. Kuwait has the least or the lowest real growth among GCC countries during the 1970 to 2020 period. The economy has increased by only about 2-folds, and you can see, that this is way less from any other GCC economy. So we, as I said before, we accept that the exports, which are mainly oil, will be the key driver of the Kuwaiti economy for the past 50 years. In terms of the literature, in the global perspective, the relationship between exports and GDP are positive. Similarly with the literature on Kuwait. So the model, we're trying to relate GDP as our dependent variable and see the effect of government expenditure, gross fixed capital formation, which is basically investment, household expenditure, exports and imports on GDP. After looking at the correlation among the independent variables, we have we divided the model into 3 models that relate GDP to the previous components. We ran the regular diagnostic. We checked for the unit root, and we looked at the degree of integration. And like Dr. Hussam said, since we found that we had different level of integration of the variables, we have an I1 and an I0 processes in the independent variables and the dependent variable, and all the regressors are not I2, then we can use the ARDL. And previous to that, we tested for the typical diagnostics, serial correlation, normality, heteroscedasticity. We checked for the stability of the test. And something I didn't mention here, we looked also at the Granger causality. After that, we tested for the existence of co-integration using the Pessaran 2001 et al. 2001 bound test. Basically, the test if there is a long-term relationship between the variables in the equation. So we ran the test for the 3 equations under different lag lengths, and for the 3 equations we confirmed the existence of a long-term relationship. This is the results. I'm going to summarize all the results. So this is the results for the first model relating GDP to government expenditure, exports, and investment. The second one would be relating GDP to government expenditure, exports, and imports. And the third model explores the relationship between GDP, exports, and household expenditure. So, summary of the results. Our results indicate that long-run growth in Kuwait is associated with exports, which are mainly oil exports, as we mentioned in the beginning, and to a lesser extent, household spending. Imports and investments have marginal, they are positive, but very small, especially compared to exports in the long run. For the short-run growth, exports are also the main contributor to growth, with higher impacts compared to the long-run effect. Household spending also is the second most important contributor to short-run growth in Kuwait. Investment and imports contribute to short-run growth, also small contributions. Interestingly, an increase in government spending shares of GDP has a negative short-run effect on growth in Kuwait and no long-run effects. So what do we conclude from there? We conclude that exports are dominated by oil in Kuwait. This limits the options for the authorities in terms of economic policies, as we are restricted to the OPEC quota, and this strips us from the most effective tool to stimulate growth, which is export more oil. Volatile oil prices make planning and achieving sustained balanced growth complicated. Increasing the share of government spending will not have a long-run effect. So even that is not a good option. The role of investment is mostly realized in the short run. The same thing with imports. Household spending presents a challenge to policymakers, as maintaining and incentivizing consumer spending is related to increasing wages, and Kuwait has had recently a series of budget deficits, so increasing wages would be very hard, especially in the public sector. So what's the options on the table? The obvious ones is better management of government expenditure, diversifying exports, and directing investment towards the long-term growth goals. So the easiest way is to expand exports into oil. My colleagues talked about diversification. I'm not going to talk about that here, especially that we are talking here about the demand side rather than the supply side. As mentioned before from all the previous papers, we need to incorporate more high-skilled labor. In the literature, cheap labor, it's argued that cheap labor gives little reason to invest in technology or improve productivity. Kuwait needs to enable the private sector and encourage the FDI. You can look at many indicators, GCI, doing business. Kuwait is really lagging in that, even just compared to GCC countries. Also, Kuwait can follow global best practices in empowering the private sector. There is a lot of examples can be led. We can look at GCC countries, Finland, South Korea, Singapore, and learn from their experiences. This concludes the presentation. Thank you, and I apologize again for the technical difficulties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for excellent presentations. We have a very short time for a few questions. If anyone in the audience would like to ask a question.
انت عندك الصوت مسكر ترى قاعد في شيء.
لو سمحت, can we see the last slide or the slide before the last slide, please?
Yes, sir.
I don't see anything. In the conclusions.
Hadi?
Can you share it?
Can you share the presentation, please, Dr. Ahmed? Again,
yeah, just
the last slide, please.
Yeah, just
No, go back, please.
This one?
One before, please. Household spending.
Yeah, the last one. Yeah, you're right. The share. Finally, the share.
This one?
Share of GDP seems to have a short-term negative in the average. لو سمحت results titled results أيوة هذا the last part of the second point.
Which slide number?
Finally, it says finally, an increase in government spending share of GDP tends to have a short-run negative effect on growth.
Yeah,
that is it.
Okay, this one.
Yeah. Could you explain the last point, how the increased government spending have short-term negative impact on growth?
Actually, this is not. This is the share of this is increasing the share of the government spending of GDP rather than increasing the government spending itself. It's not equivalent. So basically, if we say that if the government share of GDP is, let's say it's 20%, okay, when it comes to, if it increases to 25%, then this will have a negative effect on growth. So expanding government spending in the short run does not lead to growth.
I think you might have to revisit this. You might have to revisit this.
Basically, this means if the size of government becomes too large, as the size of government increases in the economy, okay, this hurts growth in the short run.
So it's okay.
Okay.
I was very happy with the presentations. They are very technical and very profound in many respects. I was hoping that there will be a discussion of out of diversity, Westminster University. I was very impressed with all this. Dr. Sulaiman Marahib, long time no see. The point that is quite important here is that we were expecting some discussion of Kuwait taking advantage of investment in renewable energy. We didn't see any, or maybe I missed it. And this is the general questions. Is there any real option here that Kuwait can use by investing in renewable energy in order to foster greater employment potential creation and maybe even into derivative downstream, upstream, offstream investment, whether it is electric vehicles, batteries, insulation, because what I have seen are the traditional increase in petrochemicals and other aspects, but I did not see the specific investments targeted into improving and expanding the production of renewable energy or products based on renewable energy. The other question is a bit technical in the sense when you use the RDL, it's distribution free. And one very important aspect to see how robust versus efficient estimation would be the loss function that you would use in order to determine this. Is there any comment that you could give on this technical aspect? Thank you.
We'll take one last question from Dr. Yusuf. And please, let's be brief then for sake of time, because we have another session coming soon.
Thank you, Dr. Sulaiman, Bakr, Ahmed, Hussam. I understand this is part of a larger project with KFS, and it has its own mandate. And you know, your conclusions in the three papers, I think it's very clear and been known for so long. With a model and without a model, you can reach these conclusions. And you came up with some recommendation. I don't know if it's possible to quantify these conclusions. Like if we increase the petrochemical production and export, how much this will gonna affect the economic growth, the GDP, the labor market. So instead of just giving a general remarks and conclusion, is really to use your model in you know, measuring the results of maybe in your full-fledged study you have done this, but the conclusion here in your papers, I didn't see that. But again, thank you very much for participating in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Please, Dr. Sulaiman, Ahmed, and Hussam, let's be brief in the discussion على أساس التايم. تفضل.
Okay. Okay. Some of the work that we did try to estimate the impact, an impact assessment. It's not included in here. And I concur with Dr. Yusuf Ibrahim that this is something that we ought to emphasize and improve on in our future work. Our basic take is we were looking at broad policy issues, but in order to identify for policymakers what has been happening, and also to propose alternatives. With respect to the question about renewables, in our project and paper, we do mention the efforts that Kuwait tried to do in the renewables energy, and compare that to what the other GCC countries have done. For example, Kuwait had في الشقاية project something like 100 megawatts of renewable energy, whereas our neighbor United Arab Emirates had 2,700. And Kuwait mentioned that it's going to to target by 2030 15% of the energy, mostly electrical energy, will come from renewables. But so far, less than 1%, and we are very close to 2030, has been realized from renewable energy. And this is what some of our colleagues at KAPSARC dubbed as the reason for this is the stop-go of projects because of what they dubbed as rentier democracy in the case of Kuwait. This is one perspective. There might be others, but the long and short of it is that Kuwait did not make inroads on the renewable energy path. Recently, Kuwait had a petrochemicals complex fully Zohr, costing something like $10 billion, and that is green oriented. So that's wonderful, and that's going to be one of the top in the world. So there are efforts that Kuwait used to be pioneer on, and that is trying to catch up with. But go back to the question or the remark that was raised by Dr. Yusuf Ibrahim, we will take that into consideration in our future work, and certainly we'll try to do that in our revision of the papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. And thank you, Dr. Sulaiman, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Hassam. Very good presentations, enlightening us on some of the issues of the Kuwaiti economy. Thank you for attending, and see you soon.
We're now ready to go. The first item in this last session, in which actually we celebrate excellence, both in terms of high-end achievements of some of our distinguished public figures and academics and so on, and as well as achievements of our aspiring young researchers from the community who have actually presented this past 2 days. It gives me great pleasure really to introduce Professor Mahmoud Muhiddin. Professor Mahmoud is associated with the Department of Economics, Cairo University, Egypt. He's also a special envoy on financing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development of the United Nations. Dr. Mahmoud Muhiddin is an economist with more than 30 years of experience in international finance and development. He is a UN climate change high-level champion for Egypt. He has been the United Nations Special Envoy on financing the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda since February 2020. He was the Minister of Investment of Egypt from 2004 to 2010, and most recently served as the World Bank Group Service Vice President Senior Vice President for the 2030 Development Agenda, United Nations Relations and Partnership. Dr. Mahmoud also served on several boards of directors in the Central Bank of Egypt and the corporate sector. His professional experience extends into the academic arena as a professor of economics and finance at the Faculty of Economics and Political Science, Cairo University, and as a visiting professor at several renowned universities in Egypt, Korea, the UAE, the United Kingdom, and USA. Professor Mahmoud is going to give us a talk about regional future outlook, challenges and opportunities, COP27 and beyond. Dr. Mahmoud, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim, for the kind introduction. I hope that you can hear me well. I'm speaking to you today from Abu Dhabi in the preparation for the COP28, with the pre-COP meetings for 2 days here, which is very relevant really to what I'm going to share with you on updates and what we're expecting from COP27 to COP28. Been asked as well to share some reflections on the economy of the region with a particular focus on the GCC. And I'm happy to be part of this session, though that I always feel for good reason that the celebration for achievement today is for those who are starting their career and aspiring for a great future ahead. The young researchers who require all support and partnership as well. And I appreciate what the ERF has been providing of opportunities to the young researchers. And I remember very well the first engagement I had. That was perhaps the first conference or the second of the ERF that was hosted in Rabat in the early 1990s, where I presented a paper on financial repression. I still remember that. It's always, as the first child, you remember your first big appearance in a big conference. So I owe the community a great deal of appreciation and support during the many years. And now I'm happy to serve its community. So, and I have to get questions if there is an opportunity for that. But I'm assisted by a few slides. I'll share them. And the first is basically an update based on what we had from the World Bank, the IMF, and other sources on the economic outlook. And given that we're being hosted in the lovely city of Riyadh, that is progressing and transforming itself to the better in a much accelerated force of change, and all positive and for the good. Perhaps I have some reflections as well on the GCC, the growth in the region. And here, when we talk about the region, it has been always an issue, a big challenge. Is it MENA region? Is it Arab countries? And there are many definitions. And even about MENA, the definitions at the IMF are different from the World Bank based on the boundaries that are being used. But anyways, as you can see from those three charts, if you start with growth in the region is moderating, reflecting the tightening of policies, especially the fiscal measures undertaken during and post-COVID time. Oil production cuts, as well as domestic circumstances and challenges, have been reflected in the economic performance, including for the GCC, that still, despite great deal of emphasis on diversification and investments in human capital in new sectors, the non-oil sector, but still the importance and dependence, direct and indirect, on the hydrocarbon sector is still very significant. But having said that, you can really see the performance of growth in the GCC have been higher than the rest of the countries in MENA, though that, again, this issue of the connection to commodities, their cycles and their vulnerability cannot really be emphasized or overemphasized or undermined. Inflation has been also moderating. It is projected, including by recent updates from the IMF, the IIF, and others, it's projected to remain elevated and fueling the risk of the higher for longer rates, where these rates, and it's an interesting week for the Fed, and it seems that for a couple of years now, every Fed week for decision is becoming interesting, and people have been around, not just in the case of the Fed, but monetary policy committee actions in the Fed, in Europe, even in our countries, were not really something that the typical household would follow. But I speak with a reference to some discussion that I had with some of the Arab governors when we met in Marrakesh, that updates from the MPCs or the monetary policy committees of our central banks are being watched like the football matches, with a bit of betting, I hope benign one, on the direction of the interest rate, because they started to impact many things, especially if they have significant changes. Some countries, including at the GCC, have been facing elevated debt levels that continue to pose challenges. And again, the case of the GCC, and even when it comes to debt exposure, domestic or external, there is an issue here of building the buffers and the affordability that higher countries with higher debt and lower income in the region should be more watchful. Second slide, please. I'd like to, beyond the ups and downs of these charts on growth and inflation, even if we're trying to take a kind of a midterm scenario, it's always important to put them on a kind of a perspective on the mega trends. And I think at least in 2 or 3 presentations, including our important gathering that we had many years ago in Kuwait, again, these issues about disruptions, what I call murbikat in Arabic, and the mega trends need really to be always on our side, because in a fast changing world, these kind of long-term trends, you could be just suddenly confronting them as they happen, including the demographic changes and transition. We're maximizing the demographic dividend in our region, and including the GCC. If the there is an interesting piece by a couple of important economists, Jean Tirole and Blanchard, commissioned by the president of France and issued a couple of years ago, in which they highlighted the challenges facing an OECD country, which is France in their case. And it was interesting to see that some of these issues that are reflected here are still common in the case of France, and they need to be prepared for. In the case of the demographic transition, France is talking about aging, but a typical Arab country today, we have the 2 challenges and the 2 opportunities as well, if we are investing right and for our human capital and our infrastructure. There is the aging issue, and there is as well the youth component that is increasing, or the youth bulge. So that requires huge investments in human capital, education, and health service. And when we talk about health service, you need to tailor that as well to the aging segments of population. And again, on that study by Tirole and Blanchard, climate change appeared as one of the 3 challenges. And again, you can see that in developing economies and emerging markets. The third challenge was, which is not reflected here adequately, because it's being seen as a kind of a short-term to mid-term challenge if it is going to be fixed, and it's permanent, which is inequality. And there is a great deal of inequality, the distribution of income, and indeed for wealth as well, that we need to consider. The rest of these challenges, opportunities, and mega trends are fast urbanization. They have definitely some demands and resources, but if urbanization is fast, they have an impact on informality, they have impact on social norms, and we need to be mindful to that. There are 2 important studies that which came from the IMF and from the World Bank on the changes in the informality, and whether the informal sector and extended families are playing the role in the North African countries of the Arab countries, or urbanization with digitalization, challenging some of the generous assumptions about the role of the informal sector as a shock absorber, a buffer, and through the extended family as well, a kind of a support for social security. These kind of generous assumptions need to be dealt with, and in the past, and I think that could be considered now. The ERF had done a great deal of work on issues related to the role of informality, and the work of Raghi Assad in particular stands out with its significance of our understanding of the labor market dynamics and the issues related to the informal market component of it. Technological changes on the disruption side, market volatility, shifts in the global economy towards the east, and the new debate about the kind of economy that we're living in when it comes to the global system. And we're very much in the middle of this kind of a change from an era to a new era. So far politically, we are in the post-Second World War kind of arrangements when it comes to the economic arrangements, and post-Cold War kind of arrangements when it comes to the political one. So still, our lives are being defined by old wars, and unfortunately, our region has more than a fair share of its own problems and conflicts. And what's happening before our eyes in Gaza is a reminder of this component related to violence, fragility, and their impact. And of course, with economists, these matters as given, but one cannot really just stop by sharing concern for the loss of innocent lives, as we try to do and continue doing in our business, but we cannot really undermine what's happening within countries of our region, either because of internal conflicts or because of occupation. Next, please. Yes, SDGs, because I hope that everybody still remember that, and but I remember this getting this pyramid into the scene, because with its pyramid shape, it tells us investment in human capital, investment in growth and infrastructure development, including digital infrastructure, dealing with sustainability right, within good framework of partnership based on good governance and rule of law. They are going to be the guides for ending extreme poverty and achieving shared prosperity and minimizing inequality. So this is just in a few seconds how to summarize the 17 SDGs. The sad story about the SDG is based on the recent updates, including from the Arab countries, that they are leaving a lot to be desired. Only 12% of the 140 targets, of the 169 targets that are measuring the SDGs, we only have 140 targets that we can measure. Of these 140 targets, only 12% are on track worldwide, including OECD countries. 50% of the targets are either slightly or significantly off track. More worrying is that 35% of the targets are worse than when we started in 2015. Actually, an important piece based on recent research at the World Bank by Ender Midgil and Ayhan Coast are telling us that for low-income countries, and we have a number of low-income countries in our Arab region, or the ERF region, you should be worried, because the investments in human capital is lower than what it used to be at the turn of the century. And the Human Development Index is telling us that we are worse off in these countries than where we were in 2000. What to do about that? We know what to do about that. It's finance based on good data systems, directed with policy prioritization to these opportunities for investment, could save the day before 2030. Otherwise, we'll be missing the targets again. But that will not really be going without implications. Failure to achieve development is a failure to achieve the targets for stability and progress. So even if we're taking matters from the narrow focus of stability, development, as being reminded by Amartya Sen, is a way for people to achieve their freedoms, and through that, countries and societies could achieve some sort of more coherent kind of dynamic than what we are suffering from. Next slide, please. So that could be with more colors than it is, but given that we're talking about climate, if you are, those who are been attending COPs for many years, and UAE is hosting COP28, Egypt was hosting COP27. If there is any achievement for COP27 that I like to single out, it will not really just what made the headlines of the Financial Times or Wall Street Journal or the specialized journals of development and climate, which is basically the loss and damage fund, the creation of the loss and damage fund. I think for the development community, I would say that for the first time, we tackled this issue of the false dichotomy between climate and development seriously. And we managed to mobilize some of the best minds, including Esther Duflo, who gave a lecture before COP27. And I'm happy that ERF was part of the preparation of this important presentation she made with the World Bank and the Arab Planning Institute and the Faculty of Economics and Political Science, in which she put the case that efforts towards achieving climate agenda is not in contradiction of ending extreme poverty. The work by Nick Stern and Vera Songwi and 12 experts with them have been reminding us that development action is climate action, or the other way around, and climate finance is development finance. I'm very happy in a world that doesn't leave opportunities for happiness as such, that the global leaders, when they met in Paris in June this year, they shared an op-ed which is online. You will find that heads of state had shared the fact that we cannot deal with the debt crisis by creating a development crisis. Something similar had been mentioned by Ken Rogoff recently, that you cannot finance debt at the expense of development, and you cannot finance debt with more reliance on, you cannot finance climate with more debt at the expense of poverty, and you cannot fix the climate agenda by creating a debt crisis at the same time. So I'm just putting that because we have more than a fair share of our challenges when it comes to climate and global warming. The average temperature increase between 1980 and 2022 is higher in our region than the world average. And you can see an actual report is going to be launched in a few days, and I'm happy that ERF is going to be part of the discussion when we are meeting with the Arab Society for Economic Research in Dubai in a few days. And updates on your discussions will be shared as well with the participants of that meeting. But here, I think with the approach of the SDSN and the work of Jeff Sachs and others, there is a report that's going to be shared. And you can really see that even if focusing on a couple of SDGs, SDG 7 on energy and SDG 13 on climate, and even if you focus just on the GCC countries, you can really see from a dashboard perspective, need to do more, especially on the diversity of the sources of energy. There is still more reliance on fossil fuel for obvious reasons, but investments in renewables are happening, including for hydrocarbon-rich countries. But again, the share of renewables in the production of electricity needs to improve than what it is. We need to do more on the efficiency issues when it comes to the production of electricity and access, and the affordability as well in the non-GCC countries are leaving some question marks. So it is not a surprise for the countries that we have data for that the figures, the color is more red and more orange than green. Next, please. Well, for those, and I know that there had been a climate camp, as I said, and now, given that the IMF and other institutions that didn't really work in the past on climate, there are some strong evidence that it's not just about the links between climate and development, but why climate is being considered as macrocritical, its implications on fiscal space, and its implications as well on the financial sector when it comes to risk. So at least two of the domains of the IMF in the fiscal discipline side and fiscal policies issues, as well as matters related to financial stability, are of concerns now because of the risk elements and the fact that in order to deal with more opportunities, especially on the adaptation file of the climate action, actually 97% of finance for adaptation is coming from public finance sources, either directly from the budget, or if the budget is not really ready with that, the Treasury would borrow with budget implications in terms of debt service in order to deal with adaptation. So here, it's basically some different ways of reminding ourselves on why we are considering the issues related to risk and how much of the GDP is at risk by 2050 under different assumptions and scenarios of climate progress or lack of progress, and how the GDP more growth opportunities if we're not taking that seriously. There is a nice brief piece by John Pisani-Ferry. Climate policy is a macroeconomic policy, a nice piece for those who have no time than 20 minutes to read. But it's not the ERF community. I know that you like reading. This is part of your life and bread and butter for life. Blanchard and Tirole, this is the piece that came from super executive summary, and like 400 pages for those who have time to go through the major future economic challenges for France. I encourage you all, please, to have a look at this piece, because if you want to do something similar at the country level, that could be a good framework, with all adjustments required, of course, from an OECD country to an emerging economy or a developing economy. And our good friend Nouriel Roubini, with his emphasis on the doom side of the story. We don't need to be reminded of that, but he puts as well climate as one of the chief mega threats in his recent book on the 10 dangerous trends that imperil our future. Next, please. Right. So this is, as I summarize SDGs in a few seconds, I'll summarize the Paris Agreement in a few seconds. It's about mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and finance. So it's less than 5 seconds. Mitigation, we need to keep the 1.5 degrees above the average of the temperature at the first industrial revolution as the goal. Now we are at 1.2, roughly speaking, and we are suffering. I think the best way to summarize the suffering is one of the ministers from Latin America mentioned that summer for him means floods. Winter for him means floods, and summer means fire in nearby forests. So this is basically the impact of climate on severe changes in temperature. We're not saying that these floods didn't happen before, or these kind of fires didn't happen before, but the intensity and frequency of climate action have been established by evidence. And I encourage you to have updates on the global stocktake, on the IPCC reports, and in the Columbia University updates as well, the shared very important pieces of work that they have been working on for years through their Earth Center. Adaptation, I'm happy that Egypt managed, in addition to this issue of the holistic approach, managed to put adaptation on the agenda. This is the prime concern, not just for Arab countries, but for African countries. When we were in Kenya a few weeks ago, we were reminded by every president, every thought leader who took the floor, that the contribution of Africa to emissions is less than 3 to 4%, but the exposure to the climate crisis is entailing more and more costs in adaptation. What you need to invest in defending your coastal areas, deforestation, desertification, water management system, agriculture, and food systems. So this is basically the whole adaptation story, and Egypt did well in that. Loss and damage had been talked about even before Paris Agreement. Loss and damage, it's being discussed now in terms of the how to operationalize it, but as a principle, as an institution, it had been established. And of course, finance, I'm happy that Egypt took finance beyond the 100 billion. It's the 100 billion as a token of trust since Copenhagen, but it's basically about mobilizing public, domestic, external, public, private, domestic, and external finance. Next slide, please. And here, just a spilling out of what I just mentioned on the adaptation agenda: water, nature, coastal and oceans, infrastructure, resilience, human settlements, and food and agriculture. These are the 5 areas of work. Before Sharm el-Sheikh, really, people, unless you are super specialized in spelling out what the Paris Agreement means, it was very much adaptation was put in the legal language and articles and sub-articles and all of that. But now it's being spelled out as an opportunity for investments. Having said that, 97% of investments are from the public sources. 3% are from private sector, and that needs to change through incentive structure. Next, please. Loss and damage, I just mentioned, it was established, and you can see that the president of the COP, Minister Shukri, was congratulated by everybody, not just in the podium there, but basically everybody was happy that that was a kind of a big demand by small states, small islands, and developing economies. But now it's all about operationalizing it, which should really happen before COP28, the agreement on that. Next, please. Yeah, if you're asking me more about what Sharm el-Sheikh did, I mentioned holistic approach, spelling out the adaptation agenda, keeping the 1.5 degrees alive, the loss and damage, and the 100 billion and beyond. But we did 2 things that could be of great relevance to our ERF community, because we took matters from a regional perspective. And ERF is a regional body. Yes, it has global outreach, it has national impacts on research, but basically this kind of regional cooperation is at the heart of its establishment. And I was very happy that with the 5 regional economic commissions of the UN system, we managed to have this kind of work on building the pipeline of bankable and investable projects. And we worked hard in order to prove to those who have question marks whether developing economies have a pipeline of bankable or investable projects or not. We did that nicely, and we have 2 reports, a compendium that was presented at COP21, and we have another one called From Assets to Flows. I encourage you to have a look at these compendium, the compendium and the Assets to Flows report. But for those of you, including Dr. Badawi and others, it's not just about the demand for money and the supply for potential funds when it comes to projects. It's basically about the institutional arrangements and the policy frameworks. Because in Glasgow, the GFANs promised the trillions. And COP27, we said the trillions could be met by projects. So the supply is about to meet the demand. But what will make this kind of meeting is the policy framework, institutional framework, capacity development in order to get these projects implemented. Next, please, including at the local level, which gets me into that slide, that localization. And I encourage you, really all of you, to consider the following. Yes, we're talking about global issues. They have regional dimensions. Yet heads of state and capitals are involved, but actions happen at the local level. So more work on localization is very much required. And we did a project called Green Smart Projects. We did it under the auspices of the Egyptian president. The Prime Minister of Egypt issued its decree for organization. We had with us 27 governors and their mayors with us. And we have as well 8 to 9 line ministries working with us on that. Next, please. And there's another slide that perhaps was missing, but anyways, I may come back to it. Yeah, the 100 billion, if we can go to the previous slide, I just can explain the whole thing because I designed it, so I remember the whole story. So it was a practical answer to those who said, what's in it for us? Why our country is hosting a COP? And at the time of preparation of the COP, through a Gallup survey, they were saying that only 50% are aware of something called climate or climate action. So we said, yes, let's do something about that. So we initiated a nationwide initiative, and we put 6 categories from small and micro enterprises to mega projects to women-led projects. And we had a competition last year and this year. Last year, we had 6,200 applicants. This year is around 5,800 applicants. And we picked 3 of each of the 6 categories. They presented their cases on energy projects, renewables, adaptation projects. But the component here is basically about sustainability and digital transformation. Very proud of many of these projects, especially that are coming from rural areas of Egypt, not just the big cities. Next, please. Beyond the 100 billion, yes, the figures are not about the 100 billion anymore. What we need to finance climate action is $2.4 trillion. This is based on the next term and Versongwi's piece. This had been confirmed as well by a piece prepared for the G20 by Professor Larry Summers and Professor Singh. 2.4 trillion for climate action. For the whole development finance agenda, that figure needs to be $5.2 trillion a year. There is something that I like to tell you about here, that there is, I would say, a generous assumption that the majority of finance is going to be coming from domestic resource mobilization. So those of you who are working on tax reforms, public spending, need really to do more work in this area to check if there is a possibility to meet this generous assumption about domestic resource mobilization, supporting development finance and climate finance. Especially if some of the countries are spending from their budgets more than what they spend on education and health on debt service. So this is a very big issue. The second generous assumption that the private sector is going to be doing the heavy lifting on that. And there is at least $500 million of additional finance from the private sector needs to be there. Yes, there is some work on leveraging and all of this. Another assumption that the World Bank and its sisters and brothers of the regional development banks can do more with the capital, which I really challenge because, and actually the new president of the World Bank confirmed this, that without adequate increase on capital, even if he's going to be doing what he should be doing in fixing the plumbing and doing more efficiency work to make the World Bank more efficient, there is no question that need injection of capital. The problem is that this is a political more than a technical process and takes time. So if there is a political decision today, we need at least 2 to 3 years until that to be materialized in terms of capital increase. So we have a very big challenge when it comes to finance here. Next, please. Meanwhile, people are innovating and inventing outside the box, which I use not frequently, but rarely, like using carbon markets. There is an initiative that I co-led for Africa called ACME, the African Carbon Market Initiative. It's progressing with support from USAID and Rockefeller Foundation and many others. There are many varieties of swaps, including debt swaps, but I would like to put all of these not on a panacea, but part of the toolkit that shouldn't really be challenged with fundamental reforms when it comes to budgets of the state, fiscal reforms, and more work on financial deepening. You do that, definitely, but you need then to go and think outside the box. It's ridiculous that some people are considering matters that could be trivial to what could really be coming of mobilization of resources through domestic resource mobilization, working on fiscal reforms, and working on financial sector reforms, and assuming that miracles will happen by just having a carbon market or some debts for nature swaps or debt climate swaps. Important, but they are not going to be transformational. What's transformational could be perhaps the same old boring stuff about fiscal reforms, financial sector reforms that you have experts on these topics, and debt management. And I'm happy that Ishaq Diwan and others are working hard in this area on debt management as well. Next, please. This is just a reminder that one of the main deliverables of the COP28 is going to be about the review of what we have been doing since Paris Agreement, and the global stocktake is available online. I encourage you to have a look at it. And basically, how this global stocktake is challenging our nationally determined contributions. Next, please. Yes, what we should be expecting in a few days in Dubai, actually in 29 days, and I hope many of you will be there. Quoting from the president-elect of the COP, Minister Al Jaber, fast-tracking the energy transition, and Egypt emphasized the just energy transition. I'm happy that my good colleague and co-champion, Razan Al-Mubarak, added nature strongly to our agenda and priorities, and she's a leader in this work in her previous and current lives, that she's managing well, as previous as a guru in biodiversity and nature, now as climate champion. And linking that to the adaptation agenda that I just mentioned, mobilizing for the most inclusive COP that will merit more understanding of what do we really mean by localization, bringing indigenous groups to the table. And finally, it's finance, finance, finance. Without finance, public, private, domestic, and external, we'll keep talking about climate change shifts and challenges without getting matters done and to have them under control. Thank you so much for listening. I think this is our last slide. And this is just, a thank you. Big thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud. I know that you have to commit to another engagement, but do you have a few minutes for maybe a couple of questions or?
Yes, of course. All the minutes I have. I can now see you on the screen. There are many great friends and gurus and leaders on the theory practice of development and climate. So you may read the questions, but the answers are very much in the room as well. So let me try then to answer any of your questions. Go ahead, please.
I'll give a chance for 3 questions, and especially would like to implore the young researchers to maybe ask questions in a way as to how they see this as a presentation influencing their research agenda or policy-oriented thinking. Yes. Introduce yourself and ask the question or comment.
So thank you, Dr. Muhyiddin. My name is Aisha Al-Sarihi. I am a research fellow at the Middle East Institute in Singapore. My question is on the legacy of the COP28. So COP27, the legacy of it is, the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund. 2 parts of the question that I have. So what do you expect? Do you expect the UAE will succeed in, making the Loss and Damage Fund operational, establishing, the required institutions? And the second part, what will be the major legacy that the UAE would want to leave this year compared to the COP27?
Thank you. Yes. I don't mean to preempt my senior colleagues here. Also, they can ask questions or make comments. So please. Yes, actually, since I haven't seen anything, I will ask my own question or my own comment. One of the I'm quite intrigued when you talked about the macroeconomics of decarbonization, because I think this is a huge lacuna in the literature on climate change and decarbonization. And we actually had a session on this at this conference, and we talked about the implications of potential stranded assets, but then also on the positive side, the significant sovereign wealth funds. So thinking about monetary and exchange rate policy on one hand and fiscal policy on the one hand, the issue that I think would be important to consider is graduating to fiscal rules so that you actually protect the fiscal the fiscal resources, but then also complementing the fiscal response to shocks, and especially potential secular declining prices of commodities, including oil and others, through more flex exchange rate regimes. So these are some of the issues that perhaps maybe you might want to actually inform us a little bit more about the state of play in terms of the debate in the literature. Thank you.
Right. If I may, and I'm very happy to see many of the good friends that I really miss not seeing them in person, and I hope opportunities will come soon, that I know that some of them will be joining us for the Arab Society meetings in Dubai in a few days. And but I really miss being in Riyadh, especially after the great kind of developments and modernization in the swiftest of times. And I really admire and share the kind of leadership, His Majesty the King and the Crown Prince and all of those who are behind them, and putting matters related to green and digital transformation priority as well, while they are doing all of these kind of modernization of cities. Okay, so we have two things. On the first question about the legacy of COP28 and the operationalization of the loss and damage, I think in those four areas that the president of the COP, and actually we're discussing them now here in Abu Dhabi in the pre-COP, if we really have the finances and means of implementation to achieve the fast tracking in the energy transition, and in the means of implementation is the technology, including some well-established technologies and some still questionable kind of technologies about carbon capture, I think that would be great, especially if we're doing more support for developing economies and emerging markets, not just to do their transition, but basically we shouldn't be forgetting while we're talking about transition that some people are in need for transition from having no electricity, regardless of the source, to some electricity. Have 800 million people are without electricity. We're not talking about quality, and quality aside, we're talking about the very access. So we need really to generate electricity, and within the just energy transition, that needs finance, needs technology and incentives. The other one that could be part of that, biodiversity and nature have been always in their own track. If the legacy of COP27 is bringing development close to climate, I think issues related to nature and biodiversity, including them on the agenda, I think that would be part of the legacy. The third, and I think they didn't disclose everything yet, our brothers in the Emirates, but we got a good taste of that in the announcement of the $4.5 billion as an initiative by the UAE for financing climate action in Africa. 3.5 billion are of equity participation, and $1 billion are for capacity development and catalytic finance. So the broader public-private partnership platform, if the African one is 4.5 billion, and the platform with the private sector participation at the global level will be announced on some. I don't like to put them under the spot here, but I'm just expecting something strong to be announced in the issues related to public, private, and philanthropies in terms of a platform for finance, especially in the higher risk kind of countries, or the countries with a perceived risk. So this is basically on the legacy and the continuation of the progress towards what we should really be seeing in the loss and damage, which is basically your second question. We are stuck for some trivial reasons, really. Of course, negotiators wouldn't really consider them as trivial, but now we have the principle of agreeing on having the loss damage. Now they are disagreeing on the location. Will it be an independent body or to be temporarily hosted at the World Bank? I mean, there are different views about this issue of hosting, but we need to benefit from the experience of building an institution from scratch, like the Green Climate Fund that I worked closer together with their teams during the last few months for the replenishment. It took years until the Green Climate Fund managed to establish itself. You can also put that new entity, the Loss and Damage Fund, within one of the institutions, keep it autonomous and with the and support with its autonomy as well, and put the right governance structure and put a sunset clause for it to be phased out or to be spinned off the existing institution. There are some rules of engagement as well on the principles of finance and the coverage, and I hope that in the coming days after Aswan, these issues have been identified. There was the last meeting for the transitional committee, and I think in the meetings in Abu Dhabi in the coming days, I hope that they will reach a conclusion on that and it will be operational. For the big questions on the macro policies and climate, and I'll be very brief, perhaps I encourage you, Dr. Badou, to have a specific discussion on the following. Yes, issues related to decarbonization are on top now of the agenda, and the impact on a decarbonized economy, especially if we are talking about the context of the GCC countries. But let me just say something here. Just energy transition is not undermining the importance of phasing out or reducing emissions at all, or phasing out from fossil fuel, starting by coal that should be eliminated. And our region doesn't depend on coal at all. When it comes to natural gas and oil, we need to be more realistic, and we have seen the major disruption by a regrettable incident, which is more than an incident, it's a catastrophe for the country, the war in the Ukraine, but the disruption of natural gas in European countries and what kind of an impact that had in advanced economies in terms of price, accessibility, people are vulnerable, at risk in terms of the lives because of lack of access to energy, especially in the cold seasons. So just energy transition is about that. It's basically about decent phasing out of fossil fuel-based kind of energy production, investing in renewables, and dealing with the impact on labor and the economy. This part of the decarbonization story and the greening of the economy. The second part is basically about some of the major matters, and I encourage your research community, and this will be big, Dr. Ibrahim and colleagues, on our agenda. The impact of the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and many of its sisters that have been issued in the US, very much inward-looking, could be protectionist, putting some question marks as well about compatibility of some of the measures of green initiatives by some of the OECD countries, including European countries in their CBAM, the cross-border mechanism, and that has trade implications, it has investment implications. It's not just about the targeted sectors, cement, steel, fertilizers, hydrogen, not green, but hydrogen at large, aluminum. These sectors are going to be impacted, and they are part of the major exporting sectors to Europe. It will have trade implications, it will have macroeconomic implications, and is going to be implemented fully in 2 years, with the forms had to be filled now. So the work should be, you need to negotiate, of course, on behalf of your countries with evidence, whether that is compatible with the WTO rules or not. Second, you need to decarbonize these hard-to-abate sectors, cement, steel, and the rest. You need to establish your own carbon markets in order to buy certificates, and I'm happy that Riyadh is leading the way as well in establishing a carbon market with some trades that have been taken place recently. And the fourth, India had an interesting mechanism with a great deal of ambiguity, constructive or otherwise. This is something else. But they tax their exporters, you cannot be taxed twice. And instead of being taxed in Europe, you will be taxed at home. And then the talk is that they are going to be paying those who are being taxed back. You need to have a great deal of trust between your business and the tax department if you are going to be doing that, to be taxed at home. But it could be an argument that if you are going to be taxed anyway, of course, the Europeans don't call it tax. They call it fees or call it adjustment mechanisms. They don't like to call it taxes. They don't like to call it definitely duties or customs. They call it just CBAM. This is an area of decarbonization and the decarbonization. I'm telling you, for those who are working hard as researchers, there are many opportunities. Check, please, the impact of the IRA on investments and the competitiveness. Please check the green initiatives by many of the OECD countries in competitiveness and the issues related to trade coming from CBAM. And there are many other issues, especially about the implications of all of that on budgets and balance of payments. So good luck with your research, but of course you need up-to-date data because all of these matters are basically happen as we speak. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud, if you are still hearing us, and for this very insightful and prospective and futuristic presentation. So, very much.
Thank you so much. All the best.
And wish you all the rest with our rest of meetings in Abu Dhabi.
إن شاء الله. السلام عليكم جميعا. شكرا جزيلا.
COP28. Okay, so now we actually move to the last and second phase of this closing session. And the tradition that we have the Economic Research Forum is to, the tradition is to recognize and to celebrate excellence and to, encourage competitive research that actually, produce peer pressure and hopefully enhance the quality and relevance of the research. So we have 6 research teams that we would like to acknowledge and celebrate. I would like to actually apologize in advance because the original. Are you hearing me? Oh, okay. No, but I would like to apologize for something else, which is that actually the original plan was that we thought that we might be able to include in the agenda enough time for the selected researchers to actually present the research in a plenary so that everybody. Unfortunately, we are unable to do that because there were so many logistical issues that, but hopefully this will be, a work in progress for the future to actually dedicate a whole plenary for, the best papers. And of course, also to provide, certificates of best paper awards, which we will do here. So in that context, I would like to ask the listed kind of best papers authors to come forward, and I will, say their name one by one and ask them to actually come over and give us just in 5 minutes, very succinct account of the research problem that they thought about, the methodology that they deployed, and the conclusions or the main takeaways very succinctly, just in 5 minutes, so that we can actually cover the 6 papers and also have enough time to distribute the certificate, to hand over the certificate in a way that would not stand between us and lunch, since it is actually a very late lunch. So let me first mention, and then I will ask the researchers to. We have a paper on energy transition in oil-dependent economies, public discount rates for investment project evaluation by Fatih Karanfi and Axel Pieri. The second paper on the causality between financial development and carbon emissions, evidence from GCC Economies by Isadi and 2 other colleagues. So I understand that you will be representing them. We have economic policy and the stunted development of Kuwait private sector, evidence based on a stochastic frontier panel model of firm level technical efficiency estimates. Suleiman Al-Qudsi, who presented, of course, and his colleague, the papers online. Fiscal policy and macroeconomic stability in oil exporting countries, evidence for Saudi Arabia, Muiz bin Tahir and his colleagues also. I don't know if they are online or, okay, yes. Then we have 2 papers, historical and global future emissions reduction due to Qatar LNG exports, Muiz Ali. And then we have the energy transition in the Arab Gulf state capitalism as driver and shaper of transition by Faris Suleiman. So these are the 6 papers and the 6 research teams represented by their colleagues or the lead author. And I would like to ask if they could be seated, and I don't know if you have 6 or so I'd like to ask the first research team to give us a very succinct perspective in 5 minutes. So I'll ask Fatih. Just 5 minutes.
Necessary? Okay, have a seat. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. For the last 2 days, we have been hearing about energy transition, investment, public investment. So the question that comes to our mind is, how can we discount energy-related public investment projects from a public policy perspective? So we have an answer in this paper, which is co-written with Axel Pieri, who is sitting just over there. The paper got accepted by the Energy Journal very recently. Let me give you very briefly the motivation of our research. So the domestic energy transition of an oil exporting country often implies investing in projects that displace oil from domestic use. like projects aiming at enhancing energy efficiency in oil-consuming sector or developing renewable energies. Most oil exporting countries pursue economic diversification and industrial development, also in order to decrease their dependence on oil revenues. To give just a couple of examples, for instance, for Saudi Arabia, more than 3/4 of the governments are coming from oil. So the question is, in order to select welfare-enhancing projects, we need to understand the extent to which economic dependence on oil impacts the present value of cash flows that can come from oil-related projects. And we realized that there's a need for public discount rates to capture both the risk of the cash flows and the characteristics of oil exporting countries. So we developed a welfare maximization framework, and we deducted an extended Ramsey rule for a risk-adjusted discount rate. This risk-adjusted discount rate is composed of 3 main elements. The first one is the wealth effect. Wealth effect is measuring the average growth rate of per capita aggregate consumption in a given economy. So this increases the discount rate. The second element is the precautionary effect. It is measuring the volatility of your economy or the volatility of your per capita gross consumption. And if your volatility is high, then there is higher uncertainty in your economy, and this will increase your precautionary effect, which will, at the end, decrease your public discount rate. The final element, which is the third one, is the risk premium. If your energy-related project is generating cash flows that are correlated with your per capita consumption or with your economy overall, then there's a risk. Undertaking this investment project is injecting some kind of risk to your economy. So you need to take into account this when you are evaluating any cash flows that are related to oil-related projects. So based on this framework, we calculated both risk-free discount rates, which are only including the wealth effect and the precautionary effect, plus the risk premium for 18 countries. And what we realize that for the GCC countries, there is a huge volatility in per capita consumption. If I give you a number, the average standard deviation for the GCC countries for per capita consumption is 0.03, which is 6 times higher than OECD countries. So what we obtained is that for GCC countries, we have a risk discount rate of 2.4, whereas we have a risk-adjusted discount rate, which is 5.2. So we have a very important risk premium, which is the difference between the two rates for GCC countries because of this, first of all, volatility, plus the risk premium, which is arising from the covariance between the cash flows and the per capita consumption.
Thank you, Fatih.
Thank you.
Okay, Isabi. Yes. So the next, the second research team will be Isabi on behalf of his colleagues, Rudwan Hasni and Wajih Khallouli.
So thank you very much for all. I will Thank you, Dr. Rahim, and thank you for all the ERF and the KAPSARC for this important event. Our principal analysis here is just for the GCC country, we have a challenge and opportunity. Opportunity to have, due to the oil sector, we have a lot of petrodollar, and this is boosting a financial sector. And the challenge that due to the higher GDP per capita in the region, this region is the first per capita polluter in the world. So we have at the rate for 4 to 8 times in the region pollute more and have more emission CO2 per capita than the average of all the world. So for this region, we have this challenge and this is opportunity, and to get if we can reduce the brand of this part of a globe and CO2 emission due to develop more the financial sector. So first of all, if the relationship between the two variables in existing literature have a mitigating and non-conclusive result, and if we can divide the existing literature by 3, all of them use a standard causality as a Granger, defined by the Granger causality, and with a panel. So our major work is technical. So we correct that due to presence of heterogeneity, due to presence of non-stationarity on the series. So causality as presented by Granger is not adequate for this to catch this kind of relationship, especially the relationship between these two variables are not linear. So first of all, we correct by using a new methodology. It's the first time that we have using with financial data and CO2 sector emission. It's proposed by the bootstrapping Granger causality. This is for the first part. For the second part, due to our access to the sectoral, and this is our second major thing that we have introducing in our paper. It's we have 5 sectors, principally building, transport, and oil and power industry, and other industry and chemical industry. So we have the emission for each country by sector, and due to our data of introducing and calculating by the IMF for the financial development, we can catch every part of the financial development of the financial component, which can react negatively or positively with each sector. And due to this finding by our technical proposal, so we can be efficient for the policymaker. How can we reduce in few months due to acting not on the all financial financial development index, but in the sum its component? Because if we want to do it with our financial development, it's a big tax, it's a hard tax, but if we concentrate to the some part of this global financial development index, we can do it with less cost. And for this reason, for example, for Saudi Arabia, if they can reduce their CO2 per capita due to proving and improving their financial institution efficiency. We have a lot of results, but I think that's that I don't have enough time to present all the rest. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for the
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, the third research team from Kuwait, applying the stochastic frontier to panel data, firm level data. Professor Sulaiman Al-Qudsi, on behalf of his two co-authors, Ahmed Al-Awadi and Muhammad Haji. I don't know if he's with us online.
Dr. Sulaiman, you're with us? In 5 minutes, please. You don't need presentation, just as Dr. Ibrahim indicated, the key messages. You're on mute, Dr. Sulaiman. Dr. Sulaiman? Dr. Ibrahim, would you like to take Muaz until Dr. Sulaiman is ready?
So I would like to call upon Dr. Muaz bin Tahir on behalf of his two colleagues also, Raja Al-Marzuqi and Sarah bin Sulaiman. This is on fiscal policy and macroeconomic stability.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Good afternoon. The paper that we have presented, the title of the paper is Fiscal Policy and Macroeconomic Stability in Oil Exporting Countries, Evidence for Saudi Arabia. The main motivation behind writing this paper is that oil exporting countries are facing major fiscal challenges. Namely, because these countries are highly dependent to oil revenue and largely exposed to external risks, namely the large fluctuation in oil prices. So the fiscal challenges come from the fact that oil revenue are exhaustible, volatile, and uncertain, and coming from abroad. This will pose major challenges and issues both in the short and in the long run. So to tackle this issue, in general, we advise this country to run a counter-cyclical fiscal policy. It means we invite government to build buffers during good times and using this buffer to stabilize the economy during bad times. However, this policy is not easy to implement for two main reasons. The first one is that the business cycle in these countries are majorly related to the fluctuation and a predictable fluctuation of oil prices. And the second one, that the cyclical fiscal policies, which are the main rules in these countries, tend to amplify an already volatile business cycles. We also, from our literature review, we found some gaps that we tried to fill through this paper. The first gap that there are scarce literature tackling the issue of macroeconomic stabilities in oil exporting countries, and namely for the case of Saudi Arabia. The second point is that we know little about how the cyclicality move over the oil cycle. And the last part that the issue of the effects of the cyclical fiscal policy is largely ignored in literature. For this, we try to, the motivation or the objectives of our papers is to qualify the fiscal policy in Saudi Arabia, namely from linear and symmetric and asymmetric framework. And the second part is to quantify the cost of running a procyclical fiscal policy in Saudi Arabia. For this purpose, we go through our empirical methodology, go through 3 steps, or mainly 2 steps. The first step is to quantify the fiscal policy in Saudi Arabia. The second one is to test whether cyclicality change over the oil cycles. Oil cycle. It means that the government adjusts differently the fiscal policy regarding the nature of the oil shocks, meaning that is it positive or negative oil shocks. And the third part, which is we consider as the main contribution of this paper, is to quantify the macroeconomic costs of this procyclical fiscal policy. Quickly, for the first part, the main result that we found that the fiscal policy in Saudi Arabia, on average, is procyclical. But when we consider the different phases of the oil cycle, we found that the government maintained a procyclical fiscal policy during booms, but ran a counter-cyclical fiscal policy when oil price decreases. The second results, we try to quantify the effect of procyclical fiscal policy using a new methodology based on the amplification effect of fiscal policy. Just one results, we found that because the government responds in a procyclical manner, 16.9% of volatility of the business cycle is explained by the behavior of this government. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Suleiman.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Appreciated. For the rationale for our thinking about our project is that as Kuwait transits from fossil fuel to cleaner energy transition, that is, there are issues that confront the economy. Most of these issues are related really to the private sector and to the human capital. Private sector, it's a partner in the process of transiting to cleaner energy. And on the other hand, there is quite a bit of discussion about importation of low-skilled labor. So we thought of, well, maybe some of the reasons that lie behind the mediocre or low performance, economic performance and otherwise of Kuwait's private sector is in terms of its energy efficiency. In other words, like in the macro economy, is the private sector operating at the maximum potential, or its actual output is below the maximum? And if so, then there is inefficiency in the private sector. So this is the kind of thinking that triggered our attention to go into the technical efficiency analysis. And our analysis was at the ISAC level 2. As I mentioned, some 22 commodity groups that were investigated. Secondly, we had KAPSARC had its own survey to update the data that are officially available from 2003 to 2019 on establishments. And we didn't interview 5,000 companies, but rather 1,000 because of cost considerations. But we selectively, we opted to go for what we thought were companies that were modern, using Kuwaiti university graduates in order to see if it really makes a difference if we go for if we analyze these companies rather than the whole stock of companies in the Kuwaiti economy that is produced by the Central Statistical Bureau. So this is, and there is a third issue, and that is the fiscal deficits that the state has been running. And as Kuwait transits from oil dependence and fossil oil dependence to cleaner energy, then there has to be a source of income. And then that the economy could utilize, and certainly the private sector, if it developed enough, that could generate that income source. So these are the forces or the factors that directed our thinking towards the technical efficiency of the private sector. Having done that, or thinking that way, we reviewed, of course, the literature, and we found out that most of the recent literature uses the Greens through random effect model for panel data, the stochastic panel data model. And we utilized that model. Of course, we experimented with other models that came before it, but we settled on this particular model that seemed to give us the best results, and that were robust. So the results of the analysis on some 22 commodity groups in the private sector showed that there is quite a bit of inefficiency in the production of goods and services in Kuwait's private sector. If this inefficiency is attended to, then output could be increased, and if output could increase, then growth could be increased, and employment could increase, and not only employment, but employment of higher and higher niches in terms of education and skills and what have you. Concurrently, we were doing work for the administrative board of Abdullah Salim University, which just opened up this year, and was about matching or lack of matching between what the universities in Kuwait produce and or teach their students and what the employers want. And we found that there was quite a bit of discrepancy between what is supplied skills-wise and what is demanded. Accordingly, the results that were gotten, that were derived from our analysis, helped in articulating the research centers in Abdullah Salim University, as well as the academic structure of the university. So we think that the human capital is core going forward for the digitalization that the Kuwaiti economy is attempting to get to. And we recently built on that by developing research proposals on the impact of the digitalization on Kuwait's labor market and Kuwaiti workforce. And we think that these are building blocks that are helpful for the policymakers and for the growth and transition of the Kuwaiti economy going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sulaiman. So a word of appreciation to KAPSARC for conducting such an institutional research and presenting set of papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the fifth paper, historical and future global emissions reduction due to Qatar LNG exports by Muiz Ali, Dr. Muiz Ali, on behalf of Abdul Fattah Hamid and Alex Amato.
Hi, thank you so much for this, for another opportunity. So basically our paper asks a hypothetical question, which is between 2005 and 2020, had Qatar's LNG exports disappeared from the world, how would the CO2 emissions globally been different? So what we do is we kind of make a couple of assumptions about end-use technologies. Had the LNG disappeared, how would it have been replaced? Is it feasible that it would have been replaced by its competitors, etc.? And we come up with two, an upper bound and a lower bound. The upper bound is that all of Qatar's LNG would have been replaced by coal. So in that case, then there is a lot of CO2, a lot more CO2 is emitted into the atmosphere. And then the lower bound is Qatar's LNG would have been replaced by all fuels and technologies, in proportion to their existing proportion in the energy mix. And then what we model a most likely scenario, and we find that the most likely scenario obviously is somewhere in between. We find some interesting trends. So between 2005 to 2011, the amount of CO2 offset, quote unquote, by Qatar's exports of LNG to its global markets increases. And then it peaks at 2011 in the post-recession recovery around the world, where coal consumption is really high. So had Qatar's LNG not been present, we argue that coal consumption would have been higher and hence more CO2 would have been emitted. And then post-2011, the CO2 that is offset by Qatar's LNG decreases up to 2020. And then we do some more modeling into the future. And the argument that we make is that, so what we find is that based on our model, that between 2005 and 2020, it's very likely that by exporting LNG to these high energy intensity markets, which are mostly East Asian markets, Qatar offset on average 40% of its local emissions, which is significant. And when we do a future outlook, what we find is that in the future, Qatar's LNG exports will not be replacing a lot of coal, and hence they will not be offsetting a lot of CO2, and hence Qatar's, the reduction of CO2 globally by Qatar's LNG will slowly decrease as the world kind of turns away or phases out of coal. And that in order to make up for that, there are a couple of options that Qatar can do in order to maintain that 40% average of offsetting its local emissions through either exporting LNG or using the rents from LNG to do other stuff. So one option is obviously CCUS, which we discussed in the session. Another option which is implementing energy efficiency measures locally. Other options is to kind of have a more targeted LNG export strategy. So basically targeting or preferring markets that are very carbon intensive, and then finally using the rents from the LNG for clean energy investments abroad, or kind of underwriting climate finance, which is Dr. Mahmoud mentioned is becoming more of a problem. So and then now, I'm really glad that I got this opportunity, because I got a couple of comments from Dr. Ibrahim and others about looking at what the implications of new technologies would be for these projections, and I think we're going to, in the next phase, basically incorporate that into our model. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moise. Okay, last but not least, Faris Suleiman is going to give us an abstract of his paper on long-run energy-based economic growth. He's going to give us on the energy transition in the Arab Gulf, state capitalism as a driver and shaper of transition.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Thanks again for the opportunity to present. I'll be very brief. I don't like standing between all of you and a late lunch, so let's see if we can do this in 90 seconds. There are two questions that we were interested in. One is as a group of states, why were the Gulf states late in beginning their energy transition when compared with regional neighbors like Jordan. There we develop an argument called kind of the double rentier effect, which applies both at the utility scale development of renewables and at this distributed scale. And we say that in an atmosphere of fiscal abundance, like we saw before 2014, states are not inclined to develop renewables because the opportunity cost is not as obvious to them. The second question is, and we have some project level data that we use basically looking at renewables development across the GCC and comparing it to Jordan and some other regional countries, showing that although some progress has been made, it's not particularly notable. The second question we ask is, we have a nice natural experiment within the GCC where we have two countries in the UAE and Saudi which have made substantial progress or have begun to make substantial progress in their energy transitions, and we have 4 countries that have made less progress. So this offers a natural experiment to ask a kind of political economy question of what is the institutional landscape that is provided for this accelerated pace in these two states. And the argument that I put forward in the paper is that in these two countries, in the UAE and Saudi, you have sovereign wealth funds that are looking inwards. So you have sovereign wealth funds behaving like national investment banks and underwriting the energy transition in a way that is not present in the other 4 states. In the other 4 states, we see by and large the renewable energy development mandate being given to the national oil companies, and this has had a far kind of lower level of success. So one of the main arguments that we put forward is that the pace of transition is served by the launch of these state-owned companies that are specifically targeted at renewable energy development. But if we look more broadly, there's a whole host of new state-owned companies in these two state capitalist economies in the UAE and Saudi. They're in a variety of other ancillary industries in the energy transition, in EV manufacturing, in hydrogen, and have now played a kind of bigger and instrumental role in setting high targets for those two states, but also in getting those states to implement those targets in a timely fashion. So I'll leave it there.
We'll have to work around the camera to make sure we capture this well on video. So I'll ask you to please be in the center here, standing in the center. Yasmin, if you can join us, please, to help give out the certificates. And what I would suggest we do, if I may, is that we'll call out the names. You'll get your photo of Dr. Ibrahim, get the certificate, and stand towards the end where Yasmin is going to be staying, so that together we build the photo as we get along. Yasmin, the certificates are right there. So, okay. Do I start with calling out the names, or do you want me to? Okay, I must say Dr. Ibrahim was very excited about this part, and I think the inspiration came from the fact that from the call for proposals for this conference, we could see over the last 3 years the numbers literally doubling every year. So I think we've got some 40-some submissions this year, and it was a tough process going through the screening and selecting and getting to the point where we had the 16 papers presented in the conference over the last couple of days. And now is the moment for recognition for the Best Paper Awards. Yasmin, the first ones on the right are going to be where we start, okay? So Fatih Karamfil and Axel Pierre, Energy Transition and Oil-Dependent Economies, Public Discount Rates for Investment Project Evaluation. Fatih? You stay with us on stage on the other side. Thank you. Causality between financial development and carbon emissions, evidence from GCC Economies, Sahbi Saadi, Radwan Hasni, and Wajih Khalouli. Sahbi? The third best paper goes to Dr. Sulaiman Al-Qudsi, Dr. Ahmed Al-Wadahi, and Dr. Muhammad Hajri, Economic Policy and Stunted Development of Kuwait's Private Sector, Evidence Based on Stochastic Frontier Panel Model of Firm-Level Technical Efficiency Estimates. And I would call on Dr. Abdul Majid if he can help us take the certificate on their behalf, and perhaps Dr. Sulaiman can put the cameras on so we can take the photo. Charge Dr. Sulaiman.
Yeah, I am trying to get the camera on, but it's not. Oh, now it is turning on.
Technology is coming in our way, Dr. Sulaiman.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know why it's.
The fourth paper goes to best paper award goes to fiscal policy and macroeconomic stability in oil exporting countries, evidence for Saudi Arabia. Dr. Muaz Sarah. Fifth paper goes to, right? Fifth paper goes, best paper goes to Dr. Muaz Ali, Abdel Fattah Hamid, Alex Amato, Historical and Future Global Emissions Reductions Due to Qatar LNG Export, right here. Dr. Muaz. Last, by no means least, our young and up-and-coming new colleague, Faris Al-Sulaiman, the energy transitions in the Arab Gulf states, state capitalism as a driver and shaper of Well, congratulations to all. And if we can have a group photo with the Best Paper Awards with Dr. Ibrahim, and then perhaps all of us can come up on stage and have the final group photo for the conference, it would be absolutely great. Dr. Ibrahim, any last minute words, or that's? Thank you. Absolutely. Faiza Yasmin. وشريف.